when the Magpies play like I know they should. So how here, lads, we are smiling faces. Newcastle are going places. We've been down for many seasons. Cheer up, lads, we've got good reason. Come on, Kev, it's up to you. The wave goodbye, Division 2. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Magpie, I'm a Magpie. Pull up, pull up. Hey, Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. So look out, Huddle, we've got Waddle. He takes spares on, it's one big battle. And new boy Peter runs like a cheetah. Beardsley's gonna be your world beater. And Terry Mack, welcome back. We still love old Super Mac, but Keegan is king, gonna do his thing, gonna take us up, gonna make us sing. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Magpie, I'm a Magpie. Pull up, pull up. Hey, Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. Every Geordie's on the tongue, knocking back Newcastle Browns. So come on, join the celebration. This is it, the big occasion. Getting back where we belong, straight into Division 1. Sorry, Sunderland, for what it's worth, but Arthur's boys are cocker than all. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Magpie, I'm a Magpie. Pull up, pull up. Yeah, Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. Look, I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Magpie, I'm a Magpie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. Hey, Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Geordie, I'm a Geordie. Pull up, pull up. I'm a Magpie, I'm a Magpie. Pull up, pull up.
The Snoop Dogg of the dead ball, the Vanilla Ice of the volley, it's Grandmaster Gaza and the Furious Five across midfield.
It's plain to see, it's black and white. This Geordie boy's gonna do alright. Gonna make you dance, gonna make you sing. Those Geordie boys do anything. Tell it like it is, today we'll take its time to tell you what tonight might bring. They spur you on in London town when you hear those Geordie sing. Sing. Walk on the town is all mine, all mine. Walk on the town is all mine. Come on. Walk on the town is all mine, all mine. Walk on the town is all mine. So come around and get on down. Everybody do their thing. You'll know for sure that.
I've been involved with all this YouTube politics, to be honest.
We're back. The time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Well, it's here, people. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Toon Talk, NUFC Talk Twins edition. Another twist coming up. We've got somebody else coming on as well soon enough. So yeah, thanks a lot for tuning in. Thanks for all your support out there. We're all appreciate it very much here. So yeah, keep on smashing the likes, giving the comments to us. And we'll try and pick up as many comments as possible. Apologies if we don't get yours, but obviously if you want to guarantee it, then by all means give us a super chat, and would appreciate that as well. Right, yeah. So it's me and Peter at the moment. Like I say, we've got a guest coming up, about 5-10 minutes or so. But yeah, it's the big one this morning, or this afternoon. But I'm sure every Newcastle fan's up nice and early with this one. And thanks for joining us there, like I said in the comments, and for all your support. And I think we've got to stick together here and ride it out, whatever happens. So yeah, it's yeah, I don't know what's happening with that. Some technical issues there, but I like um, monster of a game, and Jamie's away at the Stadium of Light. I seen, so take care, Jamie, if you're watching, and enjoy it as well. Obviously, when you're in the ground, but fingers crossed the players do the business on the pitch. I mean, for me, for this one, um, you know, looking ahead to the fixtures, um, as they've been ticked off one by one, I've been thinking, I'm not sure about this, and we've been conceding goals at the end, constantly, and the types of goals have been really poor as well. So with that in mind, I'm like, oh, you know what? And looking at the way Sunderland have been playing, I haven't seen them much, to be honest with you, but just purely by the results and where they are in the league, they've got momentum. And I'm like, yeah, this is going to be tough. And it reminds me of 99, 2000 under Peter Reid, when they got promoted then, and we had Sir Bobby. But on the flip side, you look at us on paper, and we can very much rock up there and plant our flag down and say, you know what, we are. I am Bruno Tonali. I am Bruno Guimaraes. I am Sandro Tonali. Bruno Tonali would be an interesting player in one. Um, you know, I am Nick Volamada. And this is who we are, um, and we're going to show you that. So I think it's partly a mindset thing as well, to allow the quality to come through, because there's no doubt about it. A lot of people, including myself, are quite um, fearful of what could happen here. Um, but we could well win as well. It's like I say, we've got quality players, and at the start of the season, you'd be like, no, of course we're going to win. So yeah, how are you feeling, Peter?
Yeah, it's not a derby match that I feel confident in going into it. I have to admit. But to be fair, derbies, do you ever feel confident before a derby, regardless of form and just teams gone by and the years gone by? It's always nerve wracking, the build up, because anything can happen on the day.
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, I seen Tez is in the chat there, so we've got a view from the other side of the equation today. So he was saying that he's not feeling he's not feeling quite as confident as maybe what he was from the Sunderland point of view. So I think both fans will be nervous about it, but.
Mm.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll get into it. I've got obviously reasons why I think this could be very tricky for Newcastle today, and we're gonna get into that. But like you touched on before, we have got quality players, especially going forward. So we got to hope that clicks today, and that we sort of utilize those attacking options that we've got properly and clinical enough to get a few goals. So yeah, but we'll get into it. Thanks for everyone in the chat, to everyone in the chat for joining us today as well, and hope you're all good. So yeah, we shall see.
Well, I mean, somebody said there about the pubs, being open from 7 a.m. So there's going to be a lot of emotion today in the northeast, that's for sure.
Here's the thing, right, with the derbies, just on that. Like for me, remember when 2010 we were at the Halloween match, right? 5-1. We went to that one,
Aye.
and I don't know if you remember this, but we were standing at the bus stop to get the bus to go to town, the X1, and at the front of the queue there was a Sunderland fan, red and white top on. We're standing in the queue, black and white tops, and no trouble. And like, I think that's the way it should be. Like, you should be able to shake hands before and after the match and say, do you know what? Give a lot of banter, yes, especially during the game. Give it back and forth. But when the dust is settled, I think as a region, we should be grown up enough to just shake hands with each other. Like I say, before and after, and kind of like see it for what it is. It's a massive game for the region, and it should be a good advert for the region, really, because it's two passionate fan bases. That
You want the rivalry.
You want the rivalry, yes, and that's going to be there during the game, and that's what I want. You want to kind of have that back and forth, like I say, but you also just don't want it to kind of spill over where you kind of you start to embarrass the region, and that's from both sides. Like the hatred can kind of go too far, I think, sometimes. So
you want the passion, you want the banter, but you don't want to spill over into silly stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And Harry Jeffo.
Morning,
How you
lads.
doing? You all right? Good to have you.
I can't believe this. It's this multiverse thing. It's just like
Exactly,
everything. You're actually two separate people. I can't believe it.
It's official.
So after last time we had the good doctor and we had DX on, who I did, and we thought let's mix it up going forward. Just have a guest on now and again, bounce some thoughts off, and but Jeff was on today for this one. So good to have you, mate. Good to have you on board.
Morning,
Get your
lads.
perspective on this epic day. So I just thought I'd ask, right? So Jefferson, what's your earliest memory of the derby?
I think the infamous one with Ruud Gullit, Shearer and Ferguson being on the bench and the heavy drenching rain. That wasn't a good feeling. That was a tough loss to take. So I'd say that was my earliest one. But I remember being really cheery. I think when we nicked a 1-0 with Nikos Dabi's ass. Because I think we went back up to like second or third in the table or something. Those sort of ring around in my head a little bit.
Yeah, classics. I mean,
one for the wrong team, I think. Yeah, go on, Peter.
No, I was going to say, like, obviously the Hullet one is etched in my memory as well, because of dropping Shearer, dropping Ferguson, kind of blaming Shearer afterwards a little bit as well. Because he brought him on and then Sunderland got the winner. But like you say, the rain, it was just epic that way. The rain, the pitch was just totally waterlogged. Probably should have been called off, to be fair, as well. How that was allowed to continue is bonkers. But yeah, it was a massive moment in Newcastle's history, because that meant Hullet left, Robson came in, and the direction of the club just changed, from that point onwards, with Newcastle, getting back up there, turning things around under Robson. And it's funny because this season reminds me, Timmy talked about this, but it kind of reminds me a bit of that season, the way Sunderland they've came up like they did then, and they had momentum, they were on a roll. Peter Reid was the manager, and they had Phillips and Quinn, and they were, like I say, they had the momentum, and they were kind of not really fearing anyone. And we had to turn things around that season under Robson, but we always had quality players. I mean, I remember Robson, even got Pistoni playing well. He was saying he's got him playing like a classy Italian left back, in Robson's words. So yeah, and this season it's kind of similar, where we've got quality players, but we're not up there in the table yet, where we want to be. And Sunderland have came up again, just like 99, 2000. They've came up. They're on a roll. they've got that momentum, and we're kind of trying to turn things around a bit. And it's kind of, it does feel deja vu a little bit that way. But yeah, I remember, Timmy, as well. Like there was one game, I think it might have been that one. It was or the one afterwards at school, where I had to front up because someone didn't want to take the brunt of the banter and the criticism, did they? At school. So I was like, okay, I'll win. So yeah,
that morning, but you know what?
Any memories going back
feeling
down
too low here.
Uh,
It is going back a while, obviously, you know, and
yeah.
but I have to say, you know what? I'm too low. I'm going to give this a miss. So sorry about that, but I send you in to take the pelters. But that was the same with me. You know, those games, the early games of Robson and obviously Hullett. Like you say, Dabby's ass, brilliant memories. On the flip side, the other early games were absolutely horrible memories. When you're young, that as a kid as well, you know, it's not nice. But yeah, Dabby's ass puts things right a few years later. And obviously it's been sporadic with Sunderland getting relegated over the years here and there. But obviously we're still beating with Souness, and Glenn Roder, Emery free kick, Shearer's.
What a goal that was.
Yeah, Emery was brilliant. I was right behind it. I was in level 7 for that. And right behind it, you could see it was going in. And it was a crazy game, that one, but amazing atmosphere. And then, yeah, like I say, the 4-1, Albert Luque wrapped it up. And Alan Shearer, you know, kind of put to rest that penalty miss from 6 years earlier. And then we had, you know, the streaks with Mike Ashley coming in. Alan Pardew just couldn't get us up for that game. It was a 6.
Did up a 5-1 before that.
To be fair, that was
Nolan hat trick in the chicken dance. Yeah. Come on,
yeah, exactly. Absolutely one riot that day.
Class, absolutely class. Aye, that was brilliant. I mean, yeah, even like Shawler's goal was like that scissor kick. You know what I mean? Like absolutely brilliant. And then yeah, that was Chris Houghton again. Shout out to Chris Houghton, brilliant for us. Yeah, then obviously Pardew did a lot of good things for us, but the flip side, you know, the Derby game was one of other sort of black marks against them. And yeah, we beat them in the FA Cup a few years ago, put them in the place, and it kind of cemented the gap between the clubs and the teams, and they finally got it together and finally came back up with the Premier League. So they're going to be bouncing to try and you know, get revenge. So, you know, looking at the game, looking at the team, what's your thoughts, Jefferson, on what team you'll be picking for this?
I think it has to be said that, you know, the dimension of our team changes based on our fullbacks being fully fit. So ultimately, obviously, Hall and Tino have to be in the team. I think Tiao is an ever present, ever constant. Now, I know I've had my criticisms of Dan Burn, but in a game like this, you do need, in my opinion, sort of locals in the side that will embody the heart of the fan base and really giving us that push on the field. So Burn has to start. I think the controversial one might be the goalkeeper, and I think it was pointed out earlier this week about those set piece threats. But I would personally still continue with Ramsdale, because I feel like as a back five, the relationship between the defence and the goalkeeper needs some kind of consistency. I think if you're chopping and changing, that can also be a bit unsettling. I think the midfield, again, the other controversial one might be, is it Joe Linton, who's been very sort of steady and reliable in the so-called bigger games? Or do we go with Lewis Miley, who, again, is another local lad who is showing great promise and, in my opinion, fully deserves his opportunity in the side? I would go with Miley. I think he brings us more balance. And then when you're looking up front, is another controversial one. Gordon, in the last couple of games, individually, has had a good turn of form. Prior to that, obviously, Barnes, you know, had been going along steadily, and it felt like we're a bit more on an even keel. So do you go on the basis of, you know, an individual who's in form, or do you look at the team as a holistic unit? I would go with tried and trusted Barnes and look to bring on Gordon later in the game to kind of make that impact. And then obviously the right hand side, Murphy has been that constant in terms of putting crosses into the box, taking shots when necessary. So he is an attacking threat. But believe it or not, I would actually go with Elanga on the basis that we're away from home and there may be times we're under pressure and we're deep, and he seems to thrive running into space or hitting teams on the counter, and see how that goes before looking to make any changes.
Interesting. What do you think, Peter?
I agree with Ramsdale. I think long term, to be fair, right, him and Pope, I think neither are probably the solution long term. But Ramsdale deserves his chance. Like you say, you need to give him a run. You can't just bring him in for like 3 games and then as soon as Pope's fit, bring Pope back in, because we were all calling for Pope to be dropped before the injury, and that was for a reason. Do you know what I mean? It was because he was making clangers every other week. So Ramsdale, he might not be, world class keeper or anything. I think, he's got a lot to prove really, because he did go off the boil at Southampton and also at Arsenal, the back end of his time at Arsenal. But I'm just hoping that he's kind of matured. He's kind of, those experiences have helped him mature as a goalkeeper, and I would definitely stick with him. It's a good point about Gordon and obviously Barnes, because to be fair, Gordon, he has done well. The last match, he was causing problems. He was a massive threat, and he's not being shy to have a shot as well, have a shot outside the box, take players on, put in a cross. He was dithering too much, like months ago. He was slowing the game down too much. Now he seems to be back on it in terms of the tempo and his intent as well. So I kind of think you have to play Gordon. And it's an interesting shout, that, Jeffo, about right wing, because you could put Barnes there, but obviously you've got Elanga and also Murphy as 2 options who might be better suited to right wing. Part of me thinks Murphy, because he's got that cool head, and
Geordie as well.
He knows what it means. Yeah, like he sort of grew up like us. He's grew up as a Toon fan, so I would probably put Murphy right wing. I agree about Miley. I think Joe Linton, if you were to tell me that, he was going to be, his head was going to be switched on, he's not going to do anything stupid, he's going to kind of be measured in how combative he is, then I'd put him in all day. But I just don't feel like, and I hope he proves me wrong if he starts, because I think he probably will start, but I just feel like it's difficult to trust. I think Joe Linton at home is the player you want at St James's against Sunderland in the derby. Away from home, their crowd and their players will latch onto any kind of temper tantrum or any kind of like late tackle, which we know he's prone to do. You can get away with that more if you're at home. But I think in this match, against the Mackhams, I think they'll be all over that, and I can just see a red card coming. So, and even Bruno is in that category. I mean, again, I want him to prove us wrong. He's so good on his day. He could be the difference maker, because he's probably levels above most players on that pitch. But we need him to not get wound up. Just be the Iceman, really. Do you know what I mean? Have your combativeness and have your passion, but do not play up to any kind of antagonism. Because they'll surely be giving it to Bruno. And
talking him up.
But I would start. Obviously, I would start him. I would say, look, I need to trust you here. Can I trust you? You're gonna go out there and do the business. But I would probably not start J7 though. I agree, Jeff. I would put Miley in. I think he's earned his place now, and we've called for him to have a run in the team, because he's an absolute gem of a player. So So yeah, I think Wissa could be a key man today, even if it's
Aye.
just off the bench, because he's got a point to prove. And like he's coming in fresh. Do you know what I mean? He's not. I mean, with Voltemeda, we'll hope he can do the business, but you can get tight to Voltemeda. He's not going to like really spin and kind of accelerate away from the defense. So they're probably going to try and rough him up. I think hopefully it'll be a bit too tricky for them because he's got the skills to kind of bamboozle them. But I can see it being a bit of a it's going to be a cauldron. So it's a baptism of fire possibly for Voltemeda. It'd be a welcome to the northeast kind of day for him. So
Yeah, he's got to stand up, hasn't he? With
yeah,
this one, Voltemade, and it's going to be potential shock to the system, but he's got to prepare himself for it. And I mean, I think I'm kind of in the middle in that. For me, I think Murphy, I'd probably plumb for. I agree in terms of Alanga, like his pace. I think he actually did improve against Burnley when he played. So I think he could bring something to the table in this game, and if it's going to be a chaotic game as well, he is a chaotic player. And if the ball's bouncing around, it's to do with physicality of pace. Alanga could cause damage, but I think I'd be tempted just to start with Murphy, just knowing that like you know what you're going to get, and he can put some quality balls in. So on that side, Murphy middle, you've got Bruno. For me, I'm the same. Miley, and then Tonali. And it's a case of saying to Tonali and Bruno, you need to do the basics in this one, lads, because the basics haven't been done the last few games and we've conceded goals because of it. So any of that today and we're bang in trouble. But if those two rock up showing who they are and showing their qualities, are those two players better than Sunderland's midfielders? Granted, I haven't seen them much, and granted they're up there in the league, but on paper, I think most would say they're better. So they need to show that. And if they do, they can run the midfield. And then left, I think I would go for Bonds as well, even though Gordon was brilliant. I mean, we've covered this, haven't we? I think Eddie Howe loves Anthony Gordon, so he's got him in the team rotation, yes, but I think Harvey Barnes is someone you want in this game, where in amongst the chaos, he's that cool head to finish the chances when they come about. So I'd be having Barnes on the left. What a weapon Gordon would be off the bench in his current form. So then you've got centre backs, Dan Burn and Tiao, and then you've got the full backs, like you said, Jeff Orr, Lewis Hall and Tino. And I think in goal, I think I might actually plumb for Pope, if he's fit, I might actually plumb for him because I think Ramsdale, he's just been flapping around too much in the 6-yard box for my liking. And I think that energy, it's a best of both worlds, you know what I mean? Like, you want the right energy, and neither are going to give you complete composure and calmness. But Ramsdale was jumping around his 6-yard box at any shot coming past him against Bayer Leverkusen. They just didn't look secure to me. So, we'll see. We'll see. So the team news is out. What is it? Is it like in an hour and 15 or something before kickoff? So it'll be sort of quarter to one is. So we'll have a look out. Look out for that. In terms of like formation, what does Sunderland play? Do they play 4-2-3-1? Do you know much about them, Jeff, on that way?
I think they're split between a 4-2-3-1 and a 4-3-3. I think their regular lineup tends to be Roofs, Trey Hume, Mukiele, Ballard, Ronaldo in defence, and then Xhaka, Sadiki, Enzo Lafay in midfield, and then Isidore, and then they tend to be flanked by either Adingra, Traore, Talbi. I think they tend to use the threats wide. So there is a bit of similarity in terms of the way we play. And I think, because I did do a tiny little bit of research, but I think from what I found out, there was a tactic that we used against Spurs away last year. I don't know if you guys remembered it, where we would suck them in on the left side, then do a crossfield pass to the right side. And that's what actually led to He Who Shall Not Be Named's winner. But apparently they do that quite frequently. So that would be
Right.
quite interesting to see if they utilise that tactic today.
Interesting.
So they might. So if they're doing that, they're going to target. Like, which side would they swing that over to? Would it be?
It wouldn't surprise me if it comes down sort of that right hand side, but it looks like they're quite strong either way because, like, I think Ronaldo's been quite highly rated as sort of one of their players of the season, but Isadore, obviously through the middle, is a threat in the same way. We have Voltemada. I think obviously a big key to today is not giving Granit Xhaka time on the ball because he can collect the ball from deep and dictate the play. So to be honest with you, this season our press hasn't been working. Today's the day we got to get on that, and you do not allow someone like Xhaka time on the ball to dictate play from deep. That just can't happen today.
Yeah, that's where we need, like you say, the press to be working. So you got Bruno, Antonelli, and Mali in there, and if they're really on it, then we need to try and suffocate Xhaka because, as good as he is, he's not the quickest, is he? So if we can get onto him, then we can kind of force them back a bit. And I think, I mean, it's difficult because I haven't seen them play loads this season. Like I say, obviously they're up there for a reason. And I think, I think he's going to play Anthony Gordon on the left. I think we can probably say that safely, right? So if it is Gordon, I would play Barnes. If it is Gordon, I want him. I mean, you made a point, Jefferson, actually, about I think you said that you want to see Gordon coming inside. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Right, because some say you want him to go outside, some say you want him to go inside. You know what I mean? Is it a pace thing where he takes on their fullback, or is it a case of coming inside to support Voltemada? How do you want him to come inside for this game to get link up play going with Voltemada? Because what I'm thinking, Jeff, is like back to basics sort of thing. In this sort of game, get down the outside. I mean, you've got to mix it up, but if Gordon can get down the outside, past their fullback, even if it's getting us up the pitch or winning the corner, it may not be pretty stuff, but in this sort of battlefield, I think those little things can help a bit. What do you think?
I think, to be fair to Gordon, I think what people underestimate actually is his passing ability. He can actually pass the ball in central areas quite well. And I think I talked about it midweek. He's kind of got that reverse inside ball. He did it against Burnley and he did it against Benfica to good effect. And really, apart from really Bruno and occasionally Lewis Hall from the other side, I haven't seen anyone play that kind of ball. Now, the problem I have with Gordon is his natural inclination is to try and take on the man and get wide. But I actually think his ability is quite strong inside. Now, what that allows you to do is Lewis Hall is the one on the overlap, which we've seen when he gets in those spaces, he's also a threat. And that could be a distraction for the defence because Gordon with his pace, naturally he's going to attract defenders. So if he's running inside, that creates space outside. As long as Hall's on the overlap, we've got two kind of incoming threats, one from inside, one from outside, which will add a bit of a different dimension to our attack rather than, I think what we got into the habit of doing a lot is getting down the byline, crossing it in. If you block the cross or you stick with your man, you're in trouble. You have to give it inside, keep recycling. And as you know, that means the defence have time to set. So I'm hoping we see a bit more of that today where actually at times they think Gordon's going to go outside. He comes inside, looks to play a pass or maybe dummies it, gives it to the outside. Lewis Hall's the one that's maybe whipping it in.
And also you think about Gordon coming inside. Which game was it? Bilbao. That link-up play with Voltemada for Barnes' goal was immense. When Gordon
was
kind of
Benfica winner.
flicked it around the corner.
Yeah.
So Benfica, so you can definitely do damage coming inside. For me, it's the tempo. That's the key. Is because sometimes when he comes inside, he's kind of dithering, dilly-dallying. It slows the game down. That's when it becomes frustrating. But when he knows what he's going to do before he gets the ball, and he does cut inside that way, he's really difficult to stop. He's got that acceleration. He's got that pace. And obviously as well, it keeps the defender guessing because he can't go outside. So they're thinking, which way is he going to go? So if he mixes it up that way, then it keeps the fullback on the toes.
And
So
he's got a shot on him. He's proved that actually left and right foot, when he comes inside, he's lashed it left, he's lashed it right. He's hit the post a couple of times in recent games. So it
yeah,
just gives us a lot. Because do you remember last season, we were saying, why don't we freaking shoot, man? Especially Tonali as well. Just shoot.
yeah,
So I think it adds that to his game as well.
aye.
He's getting better, I think, at it. I've criticised him a lot in terms of his technical ability with shooting and stuff from outside the box, but I agree, he's definitely getting better. And to be fair, he's probably working hard at it. He does seem to sort of play aware on the training ground. He's trying to iron out those sort of things. So fair play. But in this game, I think get some shots off as well and test their keeper. As a keeper in a derby game like this, I think you don't want to be the one who messes up, do you? So just put a test out there, a nice 30-yarder, 20-yarder, leather one, if you like, just even if it's down the middle. And he catches it or he doesn't. But you know what? He might panic a bit. He might just put out four corner and just put some doubts in their mind. So I'd be, again, I think with these sort of games, a lot of it, it comes to basics, kind of going back to basics. Because you're in a tribal atmosphere, it's kind of such a frenzy, if you like. You have to kind of reset a little bit and you don't forget those basics. And if you can stick to those, the rest will come. So I think the players have got to have that in their mind as well, not overcomplicate things to begin with. And then if we can cement our quality after the first 10 minutes or so, then we can do our patterns of play and dominate the ball and dominate the game and get the goals. So I think that's the way forward with this one.
And also, like, defensively, like, one of the last things I'd be saying to the players going out is, like you say, do the basics, as in, if you need to clear your lines, you clear your lines. You don't dilly-dally in your own 6-yard box trying to play five-a-side with the goalkeeper too much, you know what I mean? You get it out if you need to get it out. You don't give the ref a decision to make. You don't do silly tackles where you're giving the ref something to look at if it's in the box, or a penalty or a red card. Things like that, I think that, like you say, need to be kind of really drilled into the players just before they go out there on the pitch, because that can be the difference. Like you say, it's a frenzied atmosphere, and obviously it's at their ground. So if you give them an inch, they're going to latch onto it. So keep it tight, nothing stupid. I mean, these are the kind of things that we should have been saying at the games like West Ham away that we've seen this season, and Brentford. Keep it tight, be solid, be compact. So Danwell should be saying it today against the Mackhams.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and you mentioned Elanga, Jefferson. That's where I've got concerns about Elanga, in that going forward, he's got the pace and behind. But for this one, I don't know how switched on he'd be, because his head doesn't seem quite there at times. What have you made of Elanga?
You mean defensively?
Defensively, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just look. I mean, this isn't a shape thing, but this is purely a mentality thing. But I look at the Spurs goal that were conceded, the overhead kick, Romero. Elanga there, all he had to do was put his head on it, or just put his body in front of the player, and he's just dawdling around. You know what I mean? Like, so it's instances like that where I'm not sure Elanga to start the game would be dependable, if you like. But what have you made of Elanga in general? I don't think you were for the signing, were you? But what have you made of him so far, Jefferson?
Yeah. I was like, we must not sign this player. But as always, when a player signs, you see him in the kit. You do your best to get behind him. I have been frustrated. I have been disappointed. However, at the same time, it's not the player's fault that I don't think we play to his strengths. I talked about this historically. We've seen the best of Anthony Elanga under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who was definitely counter-attack, and the same under Nuno, who was also counter-attack. We don't play that way. So it's going to take him time to get used to how we play. I'm not saying we should write the season off, but I don't think we'll see the best of him unless he's able to make significant impacts off the bench and he potentially gets a run of games. And that's why I think the manager needs to tweak his approach or style depending on the opposition we face.
Exactly.
And I think also from what we've seen, particularly that Everton game, is that he probably thrives better away from home. When we're going to be under pressure, we potentially might see less of the ball and then we can look to hit teams on the break. So I think as well, it's about making sure we utilize him in the right way. I do feel it like I have been a little bit harsh on him, but the problem is with the price tag, you instantly expect a certain amount of quality, which we haven't been seeing. So yeah, I can only hope he improves as time goes on, you know?
Interesting.
To be fair to him, right, I did, I thought that the Burnley match, he got some stick afterwards, after that match, but I thought, he was showing signs of improvement. He might not have set the world alight, but he was putting in some good crosses. Second half, near post, he put in a few good balls. So there's signs. There's early, there's glimpses that he could potentially come good. Yeah.
Aye. I think it's a crazy one in a way. Like I thought he would be a good player, but I had the same concerns in that he's more of a counter-attack player, and we don't necessarily want to play counter-attack. But even with that said, I just thought with his attributes of his pace and some of his crossing, whatever happens, you're going to get some good output here and there. And I think what's happened is he's signed, and to me, it's more of a mental thing where he struggled mentally to adapt. I think just with the move, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's stuff off the pitch. So then it's a case of, I think a lot of the basics have kind of went out the window in terms of his touch, in terms of patterns of play and with his teammates. So I think it is a case of like easing him in bit by bit. Where, like you say, Jeff, for 55 million, you ideally want a player to come in straight away and just do the business straight away and give some output early doors. But I think it's a case of like it's a project really with him where hopefully by the end of the season we'll see a player there who's given us a lot of quality in his own way. Like you say, maybe it's purely in certain games, but I'm hoping
like you
he's
said,
going to be a different player.
just about his pace though as well. Even when he's not playing well, or he might not be playing, amazing. Look, again, Burnley match, his pace got us through behind the defence, got the red card, got the penalty.
Aye.
So he didn't even have to be doing that much. He didn't have to be playing that well really to have that effect on the game because he's just got that lightning quick pace. So hopefully he will, like I said a few weeks ago on this show, like when it comes to the business end of the season, sort of New Year, the first few months, that's when the big games really do come along, when it's crunch time, and hopefully by that point he will come into his own. Just got to cross our fingers,
Just to jump on what you were saying, you just actually reminded me of something. I remember speaking to some Chelsea fans, and that sort of reminds me of I don't know if it was under Tuchel. I think it was under Tuchel where they had issues with what's his name, Timo Werner, who wasn't particularly clinical, but he created situations for others based on his pace. Like, it creates havoc, it makes openings, and it's just that he couldn't finish, but others were able to capitalize on what he created. So it may end up being like that for a little while.
It might be. It's a confidence thing as well, isn't it? Just like you say with Timo Werner. He was a confidence player, I think, all over. You could see when he was in on goal. But like you say, I agree, his pace and his movement for the team created chances on its own. So, like you say, might well be that with Alanga. Got a question here from Taro Drakes. So if you lose today, do you think it could flip a switch in the players to switch on for the rest of the season? Well, they need to switch on right now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not really. I'm not going to rely on this game to turn things around. If we lose it, we should be using this game to turn things around in the dressing room before we walk out on that pitch.
They should have been using West Ham away and Brighton away and Brentford away to flick that switch after those defeats to change the mentality. Not this, not the Derby game.
Exactly. I think flicking a switch, it's not going to be that. I think it'd be more a case of kind of climbing a mountain mentally in terms of the reaction if we lose this game. So that's not the switch I want to be relying on. What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah, it goes either way, isn't it? It might be that siege mentality, like as much as I don't want to even envision a defeat, which I don't think will happen today. But even if it does, it could still spur us on because it might be like the final, like this is it. We just need to rise up now, and using that as fuel to the fire. But yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, that was from my mate Kante. He comes on the 90s mags, I think. So big up Kante. I think Newcastle's becoming his favourite second team. So
Nice one. Oh, nice one. Nice one. Who does he support like?
Fulham.
Fulham, right. Okay. All right. He needs to get himself in the neutral end at Craven Cottage next time. I saw, I think, well, I want to speak actually about the Derby game in general. So, have you been to a Derby game, Jefferson, or not?
Haven't had
Nice.
the
Aye.
pleasure.
Aye. Have you been in a pub in Newcastle fans during a Derby game, or what's it? Is it just
Yeah.
at home and you watch
Well,
it?
no, not for the derby, but for other games.
Right. Okay. Okay.
But yeah, I think historically, yeah, I've experienced, apart from I think watching it at a mate's house a couple of times, I've always generally been at home because I think it was during bad times, when you just get really tempestuous and it just affects you. It affects you, doesn't it? You're just like, you
Does
get so pissed off and then you're like, I'm done. So I think generally I just didn't want to be around people. But I think now it's different, isn't it? Now it's different. It's not like how it was, in those Ashley years. There's hope, there's expectation. Whereas going into those games, there was so much trepidation and you kind of wasn't that optimistic. But yeah, I mean, it was enough to flip you out seeing some of those results. I think even, was it the DeCanio one, the 3-0 at home, I was absolutely fuming. Fuming, man.
Aye.
We needed you in the dressing room, Jeffo, for that one. They needed to rock it up the arse, honestly. Pardew just couldn't get them up for it. I mean, with that one, was that Pardew still?
Aye.
The DeCanio one?
Yeah, I think so.
That was the first one they won in a long time,
That was, was it 13, 14? 13, 14 season, I think.
Right.
I think so.
The kind of knee slide, but obviously we'd had their number before that, in terms of the Derby, game itself. But obviously as a club in terms of competing in the league, and that's been the case anyway. I mean, that's the crazy thing is that you look at the record. I think we've won one more than them in history, so it's really tight. And when you look at modern history anyway, they've kind of had the upper hand. But if you look at sort of the last 20, 25 years, we've been in the Champions League, well, 3 times, isn't it really? 4 times, actually. We've been Europa League, UEFA Cup. We've been in cup finals. They've been in 1 cup final against Man City. But we've had the kind of terrible times with Ashley. But even then, I think we've been the club in the Northeast, obviously, and competing to win things. And they've been in League One and Championship. And so I think it's crazy when you look at the record lately and it's like we've won 1 in the FA Cup in recent times, but that's partly because they've been in League One and Championship, and also during the Ashley years, what they would do is they would sack their manager 2 or 3 games before the Derby. If you look at the record during that 6 in a row, they were fighting relegation and they were clinging on by the skin of their teeth at times. So the Derby game was like the game of the season for them, and that's that. So that was coming up and they were losing. So right, what should we do? Just sack the manager. They get a manager bounce and beat us. Do you know what I mean? And so there's been a lot of strange circumstances around those games and around the last 20 years. But I've got some comments here from Eddie Howe, and I think we've got a manager, right? And we'll see. Obviously, proof is in the pudding, or proof of the pudding is in the eating. So we'll see today. But I think you read Eddie Howe's quotes here, and I think we've got a manager who gets it. So this is what he said. He said, "My first communication to the players on the Derby was tonight after the Bayer Leverkusen game. We can't take our focus away from our next game." So the build-up, the Bayer game was all about that. But as soon as the game ends and we're focused on Sunderland, we knew the importance of this game. We had to make that clear to all of the players. There will be some new players who maybe don't understand it as well as others, so we'll use whatever methods we can in the next few days to make sure that everyone enters the pitch fully aware of the importance. So it's a bit of a refreshing change from Ruud Gullit back in 99, 2000, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's talked as well about he wants to kind of do the city proud, do the club proud, and I believe him. Do you know what I mean? There's some managers, you know, when you hear them talk, you kind of just think they're bluffing it, and it's just cliched stuff. But with Eddie Howe, I do genuinely believe that, like you say, he gets it, and he wants to do us proud. So I think we're in good hands that way. Hopefully, it's enough. Hopefully, that does translate to the players then showing that on the pitch, and he's able to get the message across. But I do hope we do it, you know, for Eddie Howe as much as anything, because yeah, like you say, it's we've got someone who gets it, I think, that way. But obviously we'll see how it pans out. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see also how Sunderland, how they approach it, because you know they're going to be up for it. They're at home. They're probably licking their lips, thinking, yes, we're on this massive. We've got this momentum on, this big role in the Premier League, bring it on, sort of thing. But then I wonder if we start well, do they get nervous?
Exactly.
Do you plant some seeds of doubt in their mind if Newcastle come prepared, they rock up? Yeah. So let's see how that pans out, because it can swing, you know, in terms of confidence, in terms of belief. They might think, bloody hell, like they might feel the weight on their shoulders all of a sudden, starting the game, being up for it. But then if we can impose ourselves, the crowd might get a bit, you know,
no, that's true.
So,
Luminate, lads, you lot ain't helping, man. You're pulling back like a flipping, you know what I mean, kid with an elastic band. Like, I'm getting more nervous just hearing you boys talk about it. And I don't think it's the same for you lot, but since I woke up this morning, my belly's been doing somersaults. I don't know about you lot in the chat as well, but you know, just hearing you guys talk about it, I'm like, oh my God.
I know you get knots, mate, and I'm like hearing I can hear the helicopters. Do you know what I mean? Going to the Stadium of Light. So like, it's you feel it, mate, and it's you get those knots, but I think there's something to be said for positive thinking, and you know, let's imagine, like Peter says there, and I know you know, the doctor is on there saying tortoise cheap actions speak louder than words, and yeah, that's absolutely right, mate. But good to see you on, mate. But I think, you know, if we can imagine the quality that we have rocking up there and quieting that crowd in the first 10, 15 minutes, and obviously there'll be a ferocious atmosphere. But if we turn up there and be like I said at the start, actually, I'm Bruno Guimaraes and I'm Sandro Tonali, then I think that'll put them a little bit in their place in that, oh crap, actually Newcastle are the good side, you know. And if we start popping it around nicely, then I think things can turn, and that excitement turns to nervousness, and that itself then transmits to the Sunderland players, and all of a sudden, they, after getting all giddy, it's their big chance now after 9 years out of the Premier League, or 10 years, whatever it is, long time. That chance is now maybe disappearing in front of their eyes when they see that actually in those 9 years, we've built up a good team, and we've built up a club that is not the club that it was under Mike Ashley. So if we can send those vibes out, hopefully they'll transmit through to Jamie and then through on the pitch. It's the Stadium of Light.
You should get people like bending their spoons like Uri Geller, like, look into the screen. We will win today.
Well, Uri Geller, right? Remember the Arsenal away game at Highbury? You know, the 1-0, and we broke the
one that we won, the 3-1, that game.
3-1.
Yes, I think he did predict a Newcastle win, didn't he?
He took credit for it.
So were you in it? I remember that.
I forgot about that. Oh my days!
Aye.
So
Robert,
that's a little omen there.
Robert scored, O'Brien scored, and Shearer got the penalty.
Yes,
Aye.
yes.
Mm.
And then Thierry kicked off like a baby at the end of the game.
Oh,
And
totally.
they were such
Yeah.
sore losers,
Aye.
weren't they?
Sour
But
grapes.
just speaking to the doc earlier, I wanted to add on to what you were saying, Tim. Listen, today is different. Today is almost like a cup final. It is the derby. So I think any beef between, do you know what I mean, the Colties and, you know, the dark siders, the realists, let's put that to the side for today. Today is about pride. You know, we want to be the top dogs in the Northeast. That goes without saying. So fully getting behind the manager and the players. And let's hope for a positive result. And then obviously we draw that line and then we crack back onto normalities as of the next fixture.
Yeah. We reassess afterwards.
We all guys with the Cobra meetings.
Aye, Cobra meeting.
Yeah.
Plenty of them. Like you say, we'll bring the dark side and the light side together for this one.
Jedis and Siths unite. So, yeah.
It's a grey side, isn't it? So yeah, Doctor there, he's got cognitive dissonance, so he's trying to just, you know, trick himself, if you like. No, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Ignore those knots in your tummy.
You guys watch Harry Potter?
Says,
who's Gryffindor and Slytherin?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
No, I don't watch it, man.
No?
Haven't seen it. Nah.
I'll bring this up. So yeah, your man there, exactly, Jeff. This game resembles, Gryffindor versus Slytherin in Harry Potter and that.
Any Potter fans, any magicians, let us know.
David versus Goliath. Maybe.
Well,
who are we in that mix?
Come on,
stature wise, obviously.
Stature wise, I think, you know, we're the giants. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. But obviously in the league it's not reflected. And that's the problem. So we've got to put that right.
No,
but
exactly,
yeah. They'll be seeing themselves as the giants, you know, where they are in the league. I mean, they're not. The thing is, right? They're not miles ahead. Let's be honest. Yes, they've had a much better start, but it's only going to take a couple of wins, and we can be past them again. So, yeah, I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to, because the way you look at it, right? The way both teams have played this season, the characteristics of both teams, it doesn't really bode well for Newcastle. If you were to be totally objective, just sit back and look at things that way at both sides, the characteristics of us, the way we concede, the way how we're open, you know, we're so open away from home. It doesn't, you know, you look at that and you think, well, that's going to the stadium of light. That's a recipe for disaster in one way, as good as we are going forwards. So, yeah, it's up to us to kind of plug them gaps today and put that right, and not be a soft touch, because it just happened too much this season away from home. It's become a trait, but going forwards, we've got the quality, and I think that's still been evident a lot of times this season, even when we've been, you know, shambolic at the back. It's going forwards. We've scored goals. We've created chances. We've shown with obviously Valdemira set the house on fire when he first started. So like, yeah, we've got the quality. We just need to, like I say, show a bit more steel. That steel that we had in 2022-23 slowly is kind of, a lot of it is gone away, and we need to kind of remind ourselves of that steelness that we had in that season, get that back. Because if we do, then we could be formidable with the attacking options we've got. But today will be a test of that steel.
Yeah. But like you say, there's a lot of noise around Sunderland, you know, starting so amazingly well and us being so poor, if you like, in the Premier League. But it's only a few points, isn't it? Whatever, 3-4 points difference. So, actually, no, if we can go above them, can't we? If we win today. So, like, what does that tell you? You know what I mean? Like, it's we're kind of being doom mongers this season at times, and they're kind of on cloud nine. Yeah, we're going to go above them if we win. You know, I think that kind of tells its own story in a way in terms of the clubs themselves. So Christina says Slithering or the baddies like Snape and Malfoy. No, I'm still not sure.
Let's hope we got
I'll,
some magic today. Oh God! Oh God!
I'll let you think of that what you will. So I think your man came back actually with a description too. So I'm trying to find it. Yeah. So Gryffindor is the house. Potter is in. Slytherin is Voldemort. Okay. Everyone wants Potter to overcome Voldemort, but Voldemort is most dangerous dark wizard ever. NUFC would be Voldemort, the stronger one.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
All right.
But then that means we're the bad guys.
That's true. Like
in that narrative.
yeah, but Jeff all got Saudi orders, so we're all the bad guys, you know.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
You know, I've got blood in my hand, you know. Aye.
Because they would turn that down, you know. Apparently,
aye,
they would say no. Apparently, you know.
You know what, Jefferson? You know, if the Saudi owners came along 5 years ago for them, do you know they would turn it down? You know, no,
they're so saintly that they would say no,
Right.
we don't want that ownership. You know, we're happy as we are.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm sure they would say no. Yeah.
Languishing in that league won't be like, yeah, we're all right with our coupon vouchers. You know what I mean?
It's just like a lot of hypocrisy, and don't, you know, obviously not going to get in the whole thing, but like a lot of Sunderland fans criticizing the ownership would have just snatched your hand off if Pifford came along for them anytime. There's no doubt about it. So it's like I said, a lot of hypocrisy. Aye. So let's have a look here at the comments. So Choppy says Newcastle beat Arsenal 3-1 in December 2001. Until that game, Newcastle hadn't won in the capital for 25 years. Aye. And just by the fact that you've mentioned Uri Geller, I'm going to take that as a reflection of what happened then. So you mentioned him, Jeff Oz. So as far as I'm concerned, that's him now saying that we're going to win. So
everyone, get your spoons, start bending them.
Oh God,
that sounds dodgy, doesn't it? But
hey, Jeff, I might have to if it's 2-1 or 1-0 and there's 3 minutes to go. I'm getting my spoon from the kitchen, like
it's getting lashed across, mate.
Exactly.
Try anything. So, is the team? Yeah, that's what the doctor said. Is the team news out? Let's have a look. Let's try and find it. 2 seconds. If you can find it as well, I'll have a quick look. But let us know in the comments if the team news is out. Because if Gordon is up front, then that is a bit of a strange one. And yeah, Tony says we didn't want Ashley ownership after only 1 year. Still had to put up with him for another 13, exactly. So after 13 years of neglect, we still, after his tenure, were able to get back up there, get back into the Champions League, back into Europe, and also win a cup. So that's amazing, really. After the way he kind of just, you know, let us rot, if you like. But yeah, you just let us know if you got the team news. I'm going to go through some of these.
Not on NUFC Twitter, and it's not on Google yet.
No, there's nothing on the club's social media. So
okay. I don't know if you're throwing a curveball there, Doctor, and making us have a heart attack, but I can do without that. So the issue is that the expectations were to stay up in ours top 4 exactly. That's it. And yeah, that's where both clubs are really. I mean, obviously, the thing is, right, fair play to Sunderland in that I was saying to Jefferson before that they've came up and instead of doing the tick-a-tacker when you haven't got the players, they're playing a brand of football where it's mixing it up. It's physical, but it's good passing as well from the little bits I've seen and stuff I've heard. So, you know, they're serious about it. Unlike Ipswich, unlike Burnley, who came up, who were happy to go down because they were playing tick-a-tacker from the back, and it's all good for the coach to get a pat on the back. So, you know, that's fair enough. You know what I mean? From Sunderland, I think they were always going to have a chance of staying up and doing well if they were sensible about it, like they have been.
Randomly, do you know, like The last league meeting we had was 3,554 days ago.
Right. Wow.
March 20th, 2016.
And that was 1-1, wasn't it?
1-1,
Mitrovic.
yeah,
Right.
at St James's Park. I think Mitrovic, was that the one Mitrovic scored?
Yeah.
I think we went
Yeah, he
1-0
scored
up,
in
I
that.
think we went 1-0.
They were 1-0 up for a lot of the game, and it was like, come on, lads, like it's not another one, is it? And we carved the goal out in like the 80th minute or something, back post Mitrovic, and that was a massive relief. That were you at home watching that, Jeff? Or
That game, yeah, I definitely was. I definitely was.
You talk about knots in the stomach, bloody hell. I had knots.
And again, dropping those points was
that one.
Dropping those points was crucial in that season to us going down as well.
it was like, I mean, it was a relief just not to lose again after the silly run we're being on. But I obviously that was it was Rafa's second game as well, I think. Yeah, I mean the thing is, Rafa got us back up, so cracked on from there. So I'll always appreciate what he did for us, to be honest with you. And the doctor's playing mind games. Go on, Jefferson.
I was saying, imagine him with 700 million.
I know, and you know, I've said before, he's not everyone's cup of tea, Rafa, but I think he has been a top manager, no doubt about that. Obviously, with what he's doing now, he's kind of maybe past his best now, but yeah.
But the way he left, I always feel like it just feels like unfinished business. And I know, like you say, maybe the time has now gone, time's passed for him to come back. But I think he was the main man to come back when the takeover happened the previous year. The year before it actually did happen, he was lined up. I'm sure, I think Staveley had him lined up to kind of come back and finish what he started. But the takeover got delayed, I think, or it didn't go through. And the following year, that's when it did happen. And at that time, Rafa was at Everton, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Everton, or for some random reason, he went. Was it to Saudi?
Went to China. You went to China.
China. And he signed Rondon. He signed Rondon as well.
Yeah,
it was very weird at the time.
Yeah. And then he went to Everton, and he took Rondon with him again. Actually, so he loves him. But I think there was kind of tentative talks between Amanda Staveley and Rafa at the time, and I think Rafa is like, I can't just walk away from Everton when I've only been here like 5 months. Otherwise, he would have been in again. So that would have been interesting. So Toro Drake says, yeah, Jeff, do you want me to do some dark magic to curse Sunderland? I have a wand, bro.
He knows I don't like all that juju stuff, but taking it back to I don't know if you saw recently, I know it's not related, but wasn't there the World Cup playoff games? And was it the Cameroon manager or the Nigeria manager? I can't remember which manager. I think it was a Nigeria manager, wasn't it? And he said Congo were using black magic.
That rings a bell. But I think what it was, I think they had something on the goalpost. I think he had like a little, like not a teddy bear, but like, you know what I mean, little figure behind the goal.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the same game, but the players were literally rushing behind the goal to steal it and to throw it away. Honestly, I remember that. It was crazy scenes. And you've got like the opposition player running away from the opposition with this thing in his hand, pelting it and just throwing it over the fence. Crazy stuff.
Imagine that as an excuse from Eddie today. What do you expect? Like, Sunderland have been doing black magic all game,
Well, imagine Ramsdale jogging to the goal. Do you know what I mean? At the start of the game and just placing something like behind. It's like some kind of
some little doll
thing. Aye.
In a black and white stripes as well.
Aye.
I hope we see a bit of that at the AFCON then. Hopefully in January.
I love the tournament. I'll be watching the tournament. I think you get some really good games. But I think maybe just do some positive magic for the Toon. You know what I mean? Think about send those vibes out to our players. As to how we can play, and that'll take care of itself. So I think
I
that's
mean,
what I'd be
Jake
saying.
Ryan, just in the chat to me earlier, he mentioned about Yuri Geller, about his work in telepathy and that kind of stuff, and we
Yeah.
have actually looked into that. So yeah, I'm not dissing him, Jake. I'm well aware of that. He has actually done this kind of research. You can kind of go down the rabbit hole a little bit if you look into that stuff, and I think there is kind of substance to it. So yeah, I'm aware of that. But yeah, no, send those positive vibes to the players. I think it's a massive part of the game, isn't it? You know, energy, that kind of energy that you give off, can have a massive effect. So yeah, hopefully Eddie's working his magic that way.
Manifested, baby.
That's it.
Yeah. And I think, as Christina says, there positive vibes, exactly. And I think with Dan Burn in the dressing room, Lewis Miley, even those young lads, and Jacob Murphy as well. I think they'll keep everyone on their toes, the new lads especially. But thing is though, even the likes of Fabian Schär, you know what I mean? He's like adopted Geordie, really, isn't he? He's been here so long and he totally gets it. And you got players like that in the dressing room. Obviously Bruno, he'll be making sure everyone's on the game, up for it. He's got to channel it in the right way. We're talking about energy. We're talking about that sort of thing. You've got to channel that energy in the right way and just be completely focused on the job in hand. And like I say, doing the basics, and blocking out all that silly noise from the Magnums. And yeah, I think we can then, like I say, start the game well and assert ourselves, and their giddiness turns into nervousness. So, and it's like they've waited so long for this. You know what I mean? Like, one of the factors at play is if we start well and if we get a goal, what they'll be thinking is our chance is slipping away here. We've looked forward to this game for so long, and it's slipping through our fingers. You know, so that you've got to play on stuff like that mentally, and that includes being businesslike and not giving them a chance to get in the kind of scuffles, wind up stuff. And I'm granted there'll be flashpoints, I'm sure, but like I say, just showing who's boss, and showing who's the elite players on that pitch. So you got trolls there saying as long as Burns stays back in his natural position time and time again, and have a chance. Yes, we have a chance. If he does, we get caught out over and over. What do you think of that, Jefferson? Because I know there's a debate around kind of, is it Dan Burn going forward? Is it the tactics? If it is the tactics, do we just? He's playing centre back today, isn't he? I suppose. So you would have thought. But what do you think? Because we want the full back to go forward, don't we? So
Yeah, I think that leaves us slightly exposed in that inside left channel if Hall can't get back. Don't get me wrong, I think we've seen it before. Tonali can cover a lot of space and he does try and protect that area whenever he can. But the issue is, I know, was it last season, there were periods where Eddie was getting the centre-backs to kind of put an early press on and push up, like into the deeper parts of midfield. And it was like, what are you doing? Because a few times we get caught out. So I'm hoping, like, you know what, when we're in possession, we move into a steady back three and we hold that line. The only person I maybe want to see go up is TL, because he's the only one that's... Oh.
So we've got the line up, people.
Oh.
All right. Hot off the press.
Okay, so aye. So you got Hall left back.
Miley. Wow.
Yep.
Miley's in there.
Seven's out and Miley's in.
That's good news. Ramsdale's still in. I think that's decent.
You've called it. Jeff Olanga's in.
Yeah, tactically it makes sense for me, I think. At least for a first half. And then if Eddie looks to change things, we've got options on the bench, you know?
That is interesting. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so you think Gordon's on there, and so yeah, Barnes on the bench, and he's got Alanga right. So I mean, I said, I think over a week ago, that I would earmark this game in particular for Harvey Barnes. So just personally, um, I wanted Barnes on there, and I know Gordon's kind of played himself into form, but I thought Barnes had played himself into form as well. And I think Gordon would have been a great sub to come on with his pace. Whereas, I know Harvey Barnes is looked upon as a super sub, but I'm just looking at the type of game that it is, and it's so frenetic. If you bring it on a sub, I think Gordon could have been good, whereas Barnes to start the game could have been good as just to calm things down, um, and be clinical in front of goal. So
I mean, I know what you mean, because he did come on as a sub, didn't he? A few weeks ago, Gordon. Which
yeah,
match was that? He came on, he done really well.
Spurs game, Spurs.
Yeah, that's the one. And his energy and his pace alone, when you're playing against a fullback who's tiring after 60 minutes or so, yeah, that's a massive threat. So I get where you're coming from. I think it is a tough one because at the end of the day, right, he has been doing much better. The last sort of 2-3 games, I think, Gordon has he's shown more, he's been more effective.
Mm.
So, and when he's on form like that, because again, a bit like Elanga with Gordon's pace, it really does do damage that way, to get in behind of the defence. So, and he's crossing. I mean, look at the cross for the goal, for Miley's goal against Leverkusen. Like, he's got a good cross on him. He's got the attributes. I get what you're saying about, he's maybe not as clinical as Barnes as a finisher. So I think I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
But in terms of stretching the opposition, maybe that's what Eddie Howe's looking at. Away from home as well, having that option to counter as well on the break. Maybe Gordon's pace is going to stretch them a bit more. I'm just trying to look at both sides, and I'm just hoping that, today is the day where Gordon turns up and doesn't, because what's happened is he's had a few good games and he's formed dips, and then he'll go on this bad run where we're kind of saying, "Come on, where's Barnes?" We need Gordon not just to play decent for like 2-3 games. We need him to go on a run now, because that's people quote like 70 million for Gordon, don't they? Like the price tag that's put on him in terms of his value. Well, I'm sorry, but if that kind of player worth that amount of money, they play well week after week. They don't just play well like 3-4 games, and then go on a really bad run. Like, more often than not, they're doing the business. So just fingers crossed he can repay the faith today, that Eddie Howe shows in him.
Well, I think the whole Barnes and Gordon thing is one of my bugbears, and you talk, Jefferson, about the debate between the happy clappers and the bedwetters, if you want to put it that way. And I'm sure we'll be having conversations in that regard around this aspect, because it is a bugbear of mine. And I talk about Eddie Howe. We can go into more detail after this game in the future, but like I say, I think it's one of his faults in that he has players who he gives the benefit of the doubt to too much. And you've got players like Harvey Barnes who deserve more game time.
I do agree. If you look at that, it's undeniable that he's given, over the course of the last 2-3 years, Gordon's been given a more kind of fair crack at the whip compared to Barnes. That's fact. I can't deny that. Barnes has taken out the team way quicker than what Gordon has ever been taken out of the team. So, yeah, I can't deny that one. Like,
I think it's one of those ones as well. Like, people have to see through it. These penalties set up a false narrative. When you look at sort of the goal output, he's not done enough. Whereas Gorns, that's both of them together. Barnes, has been producing. But I also think, again, it goes back to the balance of the team. Barnes provides balance. I think the problem with Gordon is he's too individualistic mindset, and for some reason, I think he thinks he's better than he is. But for me, it's just ensuring on that side, if you notice, particularly during our run last season, actually Barnes and Hall were linking up really well. So and then on the other side you have Murphy and Tino. So it's not just about you dribbling on and take on the player. Utilize the fullback, build partnerships on that side of the pitch. And I think if we're going to get the best out of Altamada, actually, it's more him being the playmaker, and the onus on you shouldn't actually be to provide. It should be to run in behind, so that you can be played through. So I think that's the issue, that habitually he wants to hold on to the ball and take on a man, which is fine every now and again. But to get the best out of the striker or service the striker, bringing him into play, we're going to need you to run in beyond or get that little bit tighter. So that's what we want to see. But I think tactically, it looks to me like Ramsdale is encouraging, because it means he doesn't just want to kick the ball into the stands. He wants to utilise the ball, building up attacks from the back. Having Miley gives us a different type of dynamism and balance in the midfield. Not only can he collect the ball, he can calm the tempo down. And as we can see, he can get into the box. And I just think having Elanga, it does give us that raw threat on the break with that pace. And he just needs that composure to pick out a key pass in the game. So fingers crossed. But I'm a bit annoyed if we're wearing this blue kit and not wearing our beloved black and white stripes.
I was going to mention that. I was going to ask you what you thought of that. But would you rather the blue kit or the green kit?
Oh, definitely blue. Green, apart from the Everton game, green's been a bit of a bad luck for us, isn't it?
Aye, it has. It has. And plus, the thing is, right, you're playing on grass in a green kit. That's great, isn't it? That helps pick out your man. Like, I know
accessible.
It might. I know. It sounds pedantic, and I'm being picky, but I do think, if you've got the ball and you're being closed down, peripheral vision, you need to just quickly play a quick pass. I just don't think it makes sense to have a green kit on a pitch, on an outside pitch. So I like the blue one. That one's nice. It's a nice throwback as well to '97. But maybe, do you know what? Maybe the blue kit will just calm things down a bit, like with the Mackhams, with the Sunderland fans. They're going to be stoked, they're going to be amped, fired up. And the black and white obviously would get them more fired up, seeing the famous black and white stripes at the Stadium of Light. But having this blue kit maybe just cools them down a bit. Do you know what I mean? We'll just stay. We'll do our stuff, and go on to me.
Dabby's ass winner was the blue kit, lads.
I was just about to say, mate, what kit were we wearing when we won 1-0 with Dabby's ass? You know what I mean? So
come on,
it's a good omen. Good omen.
Yeah. Let's have a look. So we all have a good colour change.
Queenie.
The way you call that Queenie, but
oh, so I don't know how she does it, man. She's always got the one-liners, I'm telling you. Oh dear.
Hopefully it's a good one today. So Troll says Howe needs to seriously step up his in-game management today. Yep. I know we need to be ruthless today.
He seems a bit of an unknown, this Enzo Lafayette, Blumenau, Regis Labris. Again, I haven't seen enough of him to know, but I do want to see how Eddie reacts in game. Yeah, if there are subtle tweaks to be made, or if Regis makes tweaks, will he then make tweaks? Do you know what I mean? That tactical warfare going on.
I'll tell you what though as well, it's down to the players to give each other a bollocking if that's what's needed, like on the pitch, in the game. This is the kind of match where you can't be shy in doing that. And we haven't seen that enough in previous games away from home this season, where players aren't like who's pulling everyone to one side and saying, you got to do this, you got to do that. Today's the game where they've got to, like I said, really sort of like marshal each other that way. And Howe obviously needs to have the in-game management as well. He needs to get that right and bring players off. If they ain't doing it, don't wait too long, because we've got a decent bench there. So that's going to be a big part of today as well. But everyone needs to play the part that way. Everyone needs to be talking and shouting and keeping each other right.
No, I agree.
But let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do it. You know, we've got the quality.
Yeah, let's be
Let's
positive
show them.
and energetic. Yeah,
show them.
come on. Exactly, half an hour away from kickoff. It's time. So, and we've got big guns coming on as well. Mighty Win and Chris Tam. So stick around for that as well for live match commentary.
I fancy Whisper to score, by the way. I'll just put that out there.
You fancy what? Whisper
to score.
Woo.
Aye.
Put a cheeky fiver on it.
Yeah. Aye. Well, it's a good point. I think that's a nice weapon we've got in reserve. So that's something that's a bit unknown for the Markhams as well. In that they don't know what the crack is with Wissa necessarily. So we've got things in the irons in the fire. So I think we can pull those out and get the win if needs be that way.
All right. Is it Chris up next?
It's all
right, ladies and gents. How are you, baby? How are you? Good morning. Well, good morning for me, man. Good morning for me because it's knackered o'clock over here. And it's criminal degrees, man. That's what I got in this room in particular. I don't know why it's so cold, but I got all my stuff on.
Is it the Antarctic, Chris?
Oh, it's criminal in this room, man. I don't know what's happening here. But there you go. Folks, what a great show, man. You guys are showmen, man. You got the one and only Jefferson. You got the Toon twins on each corner. Man, it's good stuff, man. I'm proud of you. You're coming a long way.
I need to make a point now. Listen, Jeffo, it's like animals, pets, not just for Christmas, mate. Supporting the club. If you're going to support them, it can't be just for one game, kidder. The derby. No. We've all got to come together for every game, buddy. It's not just for Christmas.
For life, not just for Christmas. Newcastle, the perennial puppy. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Lord, and Mighty Wayne got done drilling this week, so he's back. Wayne, you good, man? 100%.
Never better. Up for it.
Oh, for it.
Lovely to see the bedwetters, Borky and Jeffo getting behind the team. You'll see what happens when everybody pulls in the same direction.
Well, we shall see. We shall see. As I was telling you, because Wayne gets onto me about I'm a happy clapper on national TV, but when it comes to YouTube,
Mr. Negative on the channel as soon as he goes on national TV. Woo! Clappy!
Because why? We air our laundry in the house, man. Outside the house, everything is hunky dory. So inside the house, go on, Peter.
Chris.
What was that?
Clinton Morrison.
Oh, I did. Yeah. I got the scoop, man. He could have joined Newcastle United. He didn't. Win didn't have a clue about that. You know, I didn't know. Well, I knew Robson was part of the Irish thing, but I didn't. You know, I couldn't put the two together. So there you go. He could have played for Newcastle, but he would have been a bench striker. Couldn't have played.
Well, I definitely would have preferred Morrison to Amiobi. That's for sure.
That's a lot of people think that, but they don't say it. You know, a lot of people think of that, but they don't say it. Chopra could have gotten an opportunity as well. We talked about it on Friday over Amiobi.
Against the Mackhams, because he did score. Mackham Slayer.
He did score a lot against the Mackhams. That's right. He did
Bring
score
him
a
out
lot.
twice a year.
Well, we've got the new Mackham Slayer now, Mr. Wissa. You watch us. Spot on, too. He's the guy. Secret weapon today. Secret weapon. Yeah. You're out your mind, man.
Okay.
Put a cheeky fiver on it, Win. Put a cheeky fiver on it.
Yeah, exactly. Put some money on it if you really mean it.
I've got more than a cheeky fiver on today. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Well, what do you see? The pints are on you, fella.
Yeah. Well, you've got your own money. Get it on.
Look at this. You hear this, Chris?
I'm telling you, man. This dude is incredible, man.
It's done, man. It's done. It's in the bag. The money's in the bag.
I did say 3-0, though. I don't know how we're going to get three goals over there, but listen.
My worry is we'll get more.
Whoa.
Okay.
Proves
I really hope you're right, Matt.
Well, we shall see. Tim, Jefferson, Peter, great show, mates. Appreciate you very much for your kind build-up. We'll continue the live match commentary now, and hopefully with a great result for the full-time review. Let's get it started, baby. Let's go.
All lads.
You are listening to NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory. NUFC Talk, the voice of the Toon Army.
Local bragging rights on the line between Sunderland and Newcastle United.
When these two meet, it is one of the most fierce rivalries that football can produce.
The most intense parochial battles in all of English sport. You can feel the tension.
A football civil war. All normal life has come to a standstill in this region.
Woo! We are live, ladies and gents. NUFC Talk live with the live match commentary of Newcastle United against Sunderland away at the Stadium of Light, at the Stadium of Crap. We gotta be, we gotta be PG now, man. So we're being watched. But anyways, folks, welcome. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't forget to super chat so you can get your comments highlighted and, of course, help the channel out. Don't forget to become a member. And if I may say so myself, earlier, before anything started, we had 2 new members. And I will definitely, let me see, bring those up. Let's see. We got, Tony 2 becoming a member as well. Appreciate that very much indeed. NUFC United with a double D at the end. Welcome to the membership club as well. Trapattoni, I think, or Trapattoni 7. Welcome to the membership club as well. Lewis, Newcastle fan, celebrating 21 months of membership. Says it's a big day today for me. This is bigger than the Carabao Cup. There you go. Well, I don't know if I go that far, but it is with the high, with the hysteria at the moment. It does feel like it is going to be a massive of that magnitude. A football civil war, as one would say, ladies and gents. The greatest rivalry in all of English football, with a cup of tea and a balloon bread. There we go. We're going to be hopefully celebrating.
2 tribes go to war. 3 points is all we're fighting for.
There you go. And by the way, I was doing my research as far as the historic events. This goes back to like in the 1600s, man, when the Royals, it's like Newcastle was back in the monarchy at the time, and the Mackhams were back in the Parliament, and so it goes beyond football, mighty win. It was big competition back in the day. The Derby was about shipping, I think, and all that stuff. And now it's about football, but it goes way back in time, mate. Back when you were a baron in the 1600s. So, mighty win. How does it feel?
And that's the point. We know all about that. A lot of people who aren't local fans don't know about all of that.
Oh, we know, man. We know. Don't start dividing fans now, man. Don't start dividing fans. We're all united now. Don't divide us. But it's a massive deal. It's a massive deal. We all know that if you've been following the Toon, even if you are new, now you're about to learn, and there you go. You learn something every day. So nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, I'm a big believer of derbies being. I mean, the form does have something to do with it, of course. But at the end of the day, it's about you and I, me and you, mano y mano, and who's the biggest dog in the park at the end of the day. So, what can we say about this derby, ladies and gents?
Well, the difference is, you see, we've got to go to work tomorrow morning. Where everywhere where you work,
he keeps trying to divide fans, man. Stop talking about that, man.
I'm just telling you like it is. The difference is when you go to work tomorrow, there'll be nobody there who's got a clue that we were playing Sunderland today.
Yeah, but
whereas when I go to when I used to go to work, the odd Mackham that was there would be knives out waiting for me walking through that door.
The last thing I can say on that is that all fans will be still devastated if it happens to be a loss, and delighted if it happens to be a win. Regardless,
Indeed.
What do we make of this derby? It's been a long time in the Premier League. It's been a long, long time. What can we say? What is your sentiments right now, Mighty Win? I mean, of course, we are hopeful. I mean, I said 3-0, but
the one thing
now we got to start thinking.
We do not want to create history, because if we get beat today, that will be the first time ever that we've lost 4 on the trot at their ground. Never ever happened before. And we're on 3 at the minute, so let's hope history is not made. History very rarely is made. Yeah, I know you say history books are nothing, and what happened 20 years ago has no effect on what happens today. All I'm saying is that it's strange, isn't it, that those records just keep on prevailing.
Well, it's just because we had a poor team and they turned up for it. But it does feel like they turned up for it a lot. It's difficult saying a lot more. I'm talking about the last 20 years, of course. I can't go back in time and do all that. But as a matter of fact, it probably was more a favor to us when Mighty Win was going up than the other way around. Right. I'm not sure. But during this last 25 years, and it's not a coincidence because we've been really a very poor club under bad management, changing managers all the time. But they were also poor. But it seems like it's interesting what Tim said earlier, that they turned up for these. They changed their manager. They got the new manager bounce. I never really thought about that. And they ended up getting results. Results are what matter at the end of the day when it comes to these stats. But, I'm not going to say here that Sunderland win a much better. Like, for example, the distance now in standards where we're fighting Champions League. We're fighting, we're talking about that's where we should be, and arguing mid-table is a failure to us almost, or there's a constant debate on that. To them, it's not. Their standards are way different. So to me, the margin between the two right now is pretty large towards us, because their standards are really staying in the Premier League. They're doing great. It seems hunky-dory at the moment, but I mean the standards are way different. It's, at the time when they were beating us, they weren't there for Champions League. They weren't there to, they weren't in our situation. So although they were beating us, that's really what it was. The only game that both teams could look forward to really was the derby. Not really anything else, aside from a few seasons here and there where we finished, close to the top. But Gary, what do you make of this?
As far as the record books go, the problem is that
you sound funny, Gary.
For the last 20 years, when we've been comfortably the better team, they haven't even been in the Prem to play them. So that's the problem. While we've been at our best, and they've been at the worst, but we didn't get the game to give them a good hiding.
A proper good hiding.
That's why the records are so skewed in the last 20 years, because they've never been in the Prem.
You've got to look at it though, mate, and think that form goes out the window in these games. You never go into these games thinking, they're in a good position in the Premier League. They're very tight. They don't score many goals, but they don't concede many goals, and that's where they've done really well. They drop back into a 5 at the back. They play this 4-2-3-1 system, but it can be a 5-4. It can be a 4-5. The way he's got them working at the moment, Sunderland, he's got them working hard, and I think that you're going to see a massive change. When a lot of these lads, because the work rate from these boys has been phenomenal, I must admit, and they've got some really good results from that work ethic, and I think that is what you've got to start doing today. What the lads in black and white, I mean, unfortunately, we're not wearing the colours today, we're wearing blue, but that doesn't mean a thing.
By the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I totally agree with that. I mean, for me, there's no reason why they can't wear the colours. But obviously, like I said, that shouldn't. I've seen so much on social media about, it'll upset the balance and everything else. Absolute rubbish. What we have to do today is match the work rate. It has to be individuals, and if individuals perform today, there will be, a massive chance, because superiority. I mean, apart from a couple of their players, Granit Xhaka, we know in the middle of the park. He's going to be the heartbeat. He's going to be the one they have to really get close to him. And I would imagine it's going to be the likes of Tonali that sits close to Xhaka. And from that, if you can stop the pulse from the heart, then, you'll probably find that there's no out for Sunderland. But like I say, because of the movement that these guys have got, there's a couple of changes from the last week's game. But they're still half decent side. We know Ballard's going to come in and he's going to, mix it up. We saw that in the FA Cup one when we won 3-0. Ballard isn't one for chickening out of stuff. We know Lee and Traore up top. I mean, isn't Traore the lad from Villa? He's got something about him. I don't know much about Brobby up top for them.
Mr. Brobby.
Mr. Brobby, yeah. I don't know much about him because obviously there's been a change at the top. But I mean, throughout this system, like I say, the one thing that we're playing against today is a change in formation, right? So Eddie Howe, if he set up a team that faced the likes of Liverpool, which played very defensive and broke in numbers, today is totally different. And like I say, form goes out the window. What you have to do is match them. And if you can match them, quieten that crowd down, then we've got every chance. I just wanted to do a couple of shout-outs, if I may. Jen Dobry to Christina, because obviously she's already said hello. And I hope you're feeling better, Becca, because she's been unwell. The same as the mighty Win. Yeah.
The Win, so me too, man, because I've been knackered. And it's been so cold.
Say, you sound a little bit
My coffee is cold. What? My cold is cold. Listen, we got Eddie Howe, ladies and gents. So let's take a listen to the manager of Newcastle United as he speaks ahead of this match.
Here he is. Let's hear from the Newcastle United manager, Eddie Howe.
Eddie, how do you go about becoming the first Premier League visiting team to win here this season?
Yeah, we got to... Wait, hold on. I think I got to fix the audio on that one. Give me just a second.
The audio was fine.
No, I know, but for us, but not for the people. So I'm gonna sort that out.
All right.
And I mean, we'll talk about more in depth about the lineup once I get this sorted. But at the end of the day, I'm shocked not to see Barnes. I mean, not shocked because I think Eddie Howe makes those decisions, but I'm actually shocked about it. That's one thing that I'm going to mention, and we're going to get into the lineup fully. But I'm sure when you'll find some happy clapping excuse for that. But it's the guy hasn't done anything.
What happy clapping excuse do I need?
The guy hasn't done anything to come out this team, and basically that's what happened. Gordon, messed around,
comes in,
wiggled in there again.
Comes in, he's man of the match. Yeah, carry on.
Man of the match for who? Oh wait,
Newcastle.
You don't think Barnes has played better in Newcastle this season than Gordon?
Yep.
So why would you drop him out?
Because Gordon's come in and done the job, and Gordon's a better player than what Barnes is. No, he hasn't shown it. He hasn't shown it this season, but when he came in on Wednesday, he did the business.
Unbelievable.
Goal and assist. Man of the match performance. Not just my opinion, the pundit's opinion. That's why he got it.
That's criminal, that, man. I can't.
So you don't come in, put a man of match performance in, and then get dropped.
That's incredible. That, man, like he's saying that. Well, you and Eddie Howe are cut from the same clothes, really. Just finding around, put your favorite players in just for the sake of it. But I think we got Eddie Howe now.
No, not just for the sake of it.
Yeah. So, but how are you gonna go on, Gary?
I just want to put this on before we go any further because we're going to lose it. Thank you, Tony Ross, for sending a membership, and that's got to Stevie Gotti. So, welcome on board, Steve.
It's
lovely to
nemesis.
have you. Yeah, your nemesis. Lovely to have
I think
you.
I think we got Eddie now. Let's go.
Here he is. Let's hear from the Newcastle United manager, Eddie Howe.
Eddie, how do you go about becoming the first Premier League visiting team to win here this season?
Yeah, we got to do it. I don't know why on the stream it's not showing. That's weird. But Gary, what do you think about Barnes dropping off and Gordon coming on?
I mean, the way I look at it, this
I've got myself coming through. Yeah.
That's it. Super. The way I look at this now is the fact that sometimes you look at players, and again, it's a case of do we have to start looking at individual games where we need to make the opposition coach change system? And like I say, from what I can see at the moment, he has gone very forward thinking. You know, he's not gone very defensive. He's gone to try and get us pushing backwards. And one of our massive criticisms,
the private match.
One of our massive criticisms this season for Newcastle has been sitting too deep at times. And, you know, whoever has been the catalyst for that, according to Eddie Howe, it's not what he's been putting out as a tactic. So maybe he's thinking down the lines, you know, if they're going to come and attack us, I'm going to come and attack you. So, you know, are we trying to do a mental approach to this game? You know, you've got a lot of pace in this team. Is it the fact that he wants both Elanga and Gordon? Because we know Voltemada, bless him, with all his strengths, hasn't got that electric pace to go and push on. So at the end of the day, what you need to look at now is trying to get Elanga and Gordon to go and play high on the on roofs and try and get the ball that high up the field. And if you can do that, then I think there's every chance we can see one or two mistakes happen in the back line. The one thing that I've been a little bit negative of, and this isn't negative towards Harvey Barnes because he's played really well. The problem is he just hasn't got that pace to cause that much of a concern up top. So Eddie Howe's tactic for me today is win the ball back in their defending third as high as we can, put pressure on them, let them get the mistakes, and try and break that ball down as high up the field as we can. What we have been criminal of this over the last few months is conceding goals that we could have defended better. And I think what Eddie Howe's trying to do is what we've all been screaming for the last few weeks, is defend higher up the field of play, because that is our identity. Get the intensity back. And I think if you can get the intensity back, because if them two players, and I'm not saying Elanga and Gordon are the stars, I'm just saying they can give you that catalyst for everybody else to join in. And like I say, we need trigger points, and with pace, you have a trigger point.
And as I've said many times, the one thing, even when Gordon isn't performing in terms of his output, what you get from Gordon is work rate and pressing that you don't get from Barnes. And he's going there he's definitely going for pace. The fact that he's putting Elanga on the right and Gordon on the left, he's going for pace.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. That's exactly what he's going for. But the Gordon pressing hasn't done anything this season, or how's the pressing working for us this season? Is it working well? All right. I think we got Eddie Howe now, ladies and gents. We'll give Mighty Wayne the time to think about that one. I think we got Eddie Howe now. Let's get to the manager as he speaks ahead of the derby. Oh, wait a minute.
Can't hear nothing, no.
Firstly, we've got to handle the game and the atmosphere and everything that goes around the emotion of this fixture. The way we do that, I think, is to concentrate on how we play and how we're going to need to perform. So we need to be really good out of possession. We need to defend our goal well and get our attacking players in the game.
How difficult a balance is it between building this one up and making sure there's that focus?
Yeah, I think it is always a delicate balance because you don't want your players too emotional. I don't think that helps them be at their best. Of course, not being motivated in the right way, that's also a big problem. So I don't think we'll have an issue with that. The players know the importance of the fixture for everyone connected with the club. So I think it's about trying to get across how we want to play and getting the players to deliver that.
A couple of changes today. Lewis Miley's in. He made a great impact during the week. Just how much is he relishing this one?
Yeah, he'll look forward to it in his own understated way. I mean, Louis is very, very calm. And that's one of the biggest attributes and positives I can give him in all the games that he's played. And he's played in a number of high-profile games for us. He's always been mentally really, really good. And today I think he'll know the importance of the fixture, but he'll play his way and his style, which is his technical delivery has been so good.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, there you go, ladies and gents. That was, oh my goodness, this thing is slower than Mighty Wind's thought process, man. I click a button and there's a delay on it. Are we there? 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 Are we there?
We're still in the background. There we go.
There you go. Lord have mercy. Anyways, folks, don't forget to smash the like button. That was Eddie Howe. What you got to say about that?
I think it's what I expected, if I'm honest with you. You know, it's like I said, exactly the same what you're thinking about Harvey Barnes. I'm sure a lot of people would be thinking about J7. You know, J7, these are the type of games where you would expect... but he's a spoiler in his own right, isn't he? And where you want to put a foot in. And you made a comment just before there. He's like, you know, what has Anthony Gordon done regarding the pressing? Well, one man in a 3-man forward line can't do a lot of pressing on his own. You need players to back you up. And we saw Voltemada take the ball off the goalkeeper in midweek. And that's the type of thing that you need. You need players around you to make that commitment. And that's what I said. For me today, what Eddie Howe is showing is the fact that, one, he's willing to drop a player that we all expected to be in the team. Unless that groin injury is a lot worse than we anticipated, then we'll have to wait and see. Miley coming in, for me, he should have been in a couple of weeks ago. And it strengthens that midfield as a playing midfield rather than an attacking, strong, you know, athletic midfield with more of playing midfield. And that's what I want. I want players of the ball in the midfield. We've been static. We've been flat across that midfield far too often this season. Now, if we've got players that are willing to go and break lines, players that are willing to run behind the back four today, then I can see a great game coming this way. And like I say, well done, Eddie Howe, because we all question whether he's got the kahunas to start dropping players. He's dropped one. And he's brought another one in. I mean, I am, if I'm honest with you, I said before, there's no way you should have put Harvey Barnes on the right-hand side the other day. And like I said, that to me is a crime in itself. You know, sometimes you've just got to make the call. Take one out, put one in. Don't try and mix and match because it's not working. If you were going to do that, then you should have had Anthony Gordon on the right rather than Harvey Barnes, because we know Anthony Gordon plays better on the right-hand side than Harvey Barnes does. So a lot of question marks over this one, to be fair. But, like I say, this is the decision the gaffer's made. Let's see what happens.
The one disappointment I've got is that Nick Pope isn't on the bench. So he's not actually saying that he's picked Ramsdale instead of Pope. He's got Ruddy on the bench.
Wait, you're just figuring that out? Oh my God, you're late to the party, man. We've been talking about this for weeks now, man.
Yeah, and you've been wrong.
We knew. No, we went. He didn't pick him. It was injury related. So what are you on about?
No, but you said he didn't. You said he didn't have an injury. What I'm saying now is there was so much.
He didn't have an injury.
Yes, you did. So there was so much talk yesterday and the day before about whether Pope was coming back. You would assume that Pope must have been at that stage fit.
Yeah, we know that
if he's fit, he should be on the bench.
Well, he's not fit, so he didn't drop him because of form. When we told you that at the time, he wasn't injured, and it was confirmed. But it was also confirmed that, according to Craig Hope, that even if he was fit, he was probably going to play this game. So that's more clear than that. You can't get. So
that's exactly the point I'm making.
So again, is that we were arguing he didn't have what it takes to make the decision. But maybe it's not about him having what it takes to make a decision. Maybe he didn't think Pope was an issue, and there you go. So we'll see what Ramsdale does tonight. The biggest decision tonight is obviously playing Miley. If you think that way anyway, because Miley scored a goal, he came in as a sub. He's done well before the goal against Leverkusen anyway. So it was kind of, and we've been talking about Joe Linton coming out for weeks now. So can you say that that's it's been coming. It's been coming, so it's not a new thing, really. And it also could be a double-edged sword putting Joe Linton in there. I don't know if Eddie
No, but the point is Joe Linton's on the bench, so that's a definite decision.
Yeah, but it's been coming. For weeks now we've been saying that Joe Linton hasn't been performing, hasn't been helping out the team. So, he finally came to that realization. Also because Miley has played well, so
Miley's played very well.
It's kind of 2 and 2 plus 4, and also again, as I was saying, Joe Linton could be a double-edged sword. So it's kind of pick your poison type of thing. I don't know if that had any. Do you think like that? If you're the manager and think maybe this guy will do something that we don't need to take that risk at the moment. That he might lose his head and swipe somebody the wrong way, which he did already in the derby pass in the FA Cup. He's done it against Spurs. He does it all throughout, really. So, is that something that you think as a manager? Maybe so. I mean,
I think when you look at the pros and cons, there's probably a lot more cons by adding him in the first 11 than there would be. The problem is like I say, if you have to use him because of an injury early on, then what do you do then? Do you still sit him on the bench and say, you know what, I'm going to throw some lesser aggressive players on there and just continue to try and play football? I think what we've got at the moment is a situation where the pros outweigh the cons when it comes to Moyley being on there, and I think that is the difference. And like I say, for me, I haven't seen too much wrong with what Moyley's provided in a Newcastle shirt so far this year. And like I said, what we've got to start playing in that midfield is football rather than wrestling. I can't see the point. And if I'm honest with you, as much as I like Dan Burns' endeavour, I'd prefer him to keep his hands down rather than up when he comes to scuffling, because sometimes I think Dan Burn gets more involved in scuffles than he does in football. And I think if he can concentrate on the floor more than he can in the air, as in foot, with his hands, then I think you'd get a better result out of it. He gives free kicks away that he doesn't need to give. That's all I'm saying, and that's the same with J7. It's like giving them the ball back. To me, when you commit poor fouls like that, and we've seen it from a few players, more from J7 and the likes of Dan Burn, you might as well just pass them the ball, because that's what you're doing. And what we have been totally ineffective of is defending set pieces. So in that situation, then obviously I would rather see the likes of J7 out of the team, because the last thing we want to be doing is throwing the ball into the box ourselves, because like I say, set piece defensively we aren't great.
It's a good point there. Voltemade up front, of course, that's no debate. Wiss on the bench, we should see how them two, that's at least another weapon if we need to score a goal. The bench forms of Rudy Shaw, Joe Linton, Wissam Barnes, Jacob Murphy, Willock, the other Murphy, and Ramsey. So a decent, of course, lineup on the bench that could come in and do something. Now, the main lineup, of course, just to remind people: Ramsdale, Hall, Tonali, Gordon, Malik Chow, Ilanga, Voltemade, Livramento, Byrne, Bruno, Miley. 2 Geordies on the pitch. Mighty win. You think that gives you automatically 2 goals. So do you still maintain that?
I maintain that any Geordie in the team can only be an advantage. Any Geordie.
So if you have long,
Geordies,
let me ask you this.
Know what it's about, and whether you'll accept the fact or not.
Yeah.
It is a fact.
So
and
if you got long,
more, it means more to Geordies than it does to non-Geordies.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that, because I'm a non-Geordie.
Exactly.
And I care about this.
So let's agree. Let's just agree to differ on that.
So I'm a non-Geordie.
You're asking my opinion. You're asking my opinion, and my opinion is.
I know you're
yes,
a gatekeeper. I know you're a gatekeeper. I know you're a gatekeeper, but. So I'm a non-Geordie, so if we lose tonight, I'll just, I'll have a party, I'll be all right, and you'll be sick. Is that what you're saying, basically?
What I'm saying is that I've got to
just
live
answer
with...
yes or no.
Yes.
They ain't got nothing to do... Oh, wait,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
You're an official numpty. But, so let me ask you this, though. If you got Longstaff on the team, do you play him against instead of Tonali or Bruno? You would assume so, right?
No.
Why wouldn't you? He's a Geordie.
Yeah, but he's the rest of his attributes do not make up for the fact that he's a Geordie.
But that doesn't make no sense. What the heck? Okay. That makes no sense. All right. Well, it's incoherence, of course, as
how
usual.
Does it not make any sense?
No, if you're a Geordie, you got to play 11 Geordies. We win. It's given. Good. Geordie was playing. We talked about Geordie was playing for the Mackhams. He scored goals non-stop for the Michael Chopper. We talked about him, so I guess it didn't. It wasn't that important to them. Adrian Pickett, good to see Miley and Wynn in the starting lineups. There you go. I don't know how the lab. I don't know what that means. LAB. But thank you very much, Adrian Pickett. Thank you very much, mate. I think he's from Spain, by the way. But if you lose tonight, at least you'll be throwing a party. You'll be all right, like Mighty Wynn says. You won't be sad. So there you go, mate.
Adrian, you'll have to let me know what's the AB.
Yeah, we need to know. That's probably That's probably something that anyway. Christina Cage, Chris, you know, if you keep picking on my granddad, I'll cook you next time I phone in. But Christina, we're definitely gonna get you on. You speak more sense than Win has in the last 2 years that he's been on the channel. But you know, we'll definitely keep you on the loop. A lot of people chiming up right now, ladies and gents. What do you make of Ilanga coming on tonight? He is an option. Jacob Murphy is not gonna be starting. The right wing has been kind of on and off.
Lads, lasses, and Bens.
Look at that.
Hey.
That is good. That is good.
And not the guys.
Move the wawangas.
There you
We're
go.
the lads, lasses, and Bens.
No, but no. LAB. Oh, end. So I guess that would be the end part. That's interesting. That is good, man. We making trends over here, man. We are making trends. So that's interesting. That's good, man. That's really good. But what do you make of Ilanga coming in? And I want to know the chat right now live, 300 and odd watching right now. I want to know what you think of Ilanga coming on. Ilanga has been criticized heavily. He posted also on social media saying, I had, actually I got to look for it. Something like, I've had, I'll look for it. It could be a dig at people criticizing him. But what do you make of Ilanga coming in for really, I guess, Jacob Murphy, who hasn't really, I mean, it's all been kind of up and down anyway, so. Nobody lighting it up on the right wing.
Yeah, but I still think it's again, we spoke about the strength of the bench the other night. And, well, the last home game, you know, strongest bench ever. And if you look at that bench now, that's not a bad bench at all to call upon.
That's not answering I think go on, Gary.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, I don't know whether, for me, I would absolutely love this lad to come today and score. I mean, what a difference that would mean, not only to his Newcastle career now, you know, because his name will be up there in lights for a very long time if he does, because we still hear a lot of past heroes, if you like, that have scored on this day from years past. So, yeah, listen, we all know that he's just had a ban, and whether that's been the problem that's effective, we don't know how his other half has come through this. He may have had a really difficult final trimester, so you know we have to take it on board for you know reasons. And again, I'm trying to make excuses for the lad. This is his day. This is his job, right? And what we haven't seen as of yet is him produce anything in his black and white shirt, as he has done in a Forest shirt. So for me, I just want to see him have a day where he can produce something, whether that's an assist, whether that's really getting at the back line, whether it's, you know, making diagonal runs through the back and really causing problems. Because to me, for the last couple of games that I've seen him play, apart from the very odd occasion, he has looked a little bit in a rabbit in headlights. And we've all questioned whether it's the mentality of the Eddie Howe motivation speech, whether it's the fact that he's just not understanding his role. We've spoken previously about Livramento speaking about Murphy being in front of him and how it makes him feel comfortable and more effective at running down that line. Is there a mix-up in communication between him and the rest of the team? And again, we are having a different partnership build-up. We've seen a long time now with Bruno Guimaraes, Tino and Murphy, and today we've got another two playing there. And I know Miley's come in a lot of the times and he looks very effective in that right spot. And for me, I think this is a positive because, like I say, I think we've always been not as effective down that left-hand side with J7 there as we could be with Bruno or Tonali there. And for me, I want to see Tonali play there. I really do. I want to see Bruno Guimaraes play as a 6 and Tonali play as an 8 because I think you get a lot more out of Tonali and he has that recovery pace. The problem is for me when Bruno goes forward and Miley goes forward, Tonali just sits in and he makes that covering speak. And if you like, what you get then, yeah, you get the overload from Lewis Hall and Livramento. But if I'm honest with you, you get no final end with them two. They're great in making space, they're great in creating overloads, but there's no end product. If you've got an overload with Tonali playing in that half space, you know he can shoot. So there's every opportunity that you're going to get more from that.
By the way, I just realized, because Michael said, go to the Super Chat again, sorry. Back to Super Chat.
Laura Twin Wifey. My 3 favourite host hugs to Chris, Gary and Wynne. Thank you, Laura.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you very much, Laura. Appreciate that very much indeed.
Happy Brunel Day.
It's on the way, waiting for kickoff.
We know you despise Wynne anyway, but you have to include him in there. You got to be nice. So that's the people are nice, man, in the UK. But because Michael said, you're right, too, Nut. I'm got it for Murphy. I'm thinking, Wynne, according to your theory, Murphy is a Geordie, so he should be playing. There's not much of a difference between him and Ilanga.
So
why is he not playing?
An adopted Geordie. He's
no, he's not an adopted Geordie, man. He's
of Geordie stock.
His mom and dad Geordies, man. One of the two. So they're Geordies.
But
growing up, nothing but Newcastle. So what you on about?
Yeah.
Or you gotta be within a certain mileage. Yeah, we need to control the mileage, man. That's what I forgot about that. We gotta, do the miles, how far from St. James's Park, do the whole equation. That means how important you are. I forgot about that one. Let's go with some comments for super chat, not super chats. I'm sorry, starred comments here. People are having a lot to say about the derby. Red Light says, "Local lad Miley, prove your worth, Bunny lad." There you go. Steve Gotti, Tonali better buck his ideas up. He's been knackered the past few games, says Steve Gotti. Bruno G, back 4. They will have a back 10. Well, there you go. We can't say all that. We can't say all that on the live air. Christina says, Barnes has scored 2 goals from the right in 1 game this season. That's right, against Benfica. But Wynne forgets all of that because it's not according to his agenda. Bruno, Chris, thank you for representing.
You're saying you don't want him on the right?
I do. I never said I didn't. I do. I think he's better on the left, but I think he got a great game against Leverkusen, man. Very good game. So no, you're not gonna catch me, man, backtracking. No, that's you. Bruno says, Chris, thank you for representing the best club in the Northeast. I was proud of seeing you on Sky Sports. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. And Roy had a question. Toon Malaysia Dom, who's been on the channel many times, and the reason why he's on
happy clapper head.
So I told you, man, we do the laundry in the house, man, inside 4 walls. So thank you very much, man. And good stuff. Good crate with Clayton Morrison. Could have played for the Toon at the time. And good stuff, man. The Premier League fan zone. Good stuff. Tony, I get where Wynne is coming from. This game doesn't hold the same importance for me than it does for the locals. It seems to do for the locals. But people can adopt the passion like Chris and Bruno. So there you go. That's what generalizing is not good. That's what generalizing is not good, man. So there you go. Red Light, Wynne is the centerpiece of the show. We're going to put that in there so you can just, he can feel that way at least. We know he's lying. Lying to you. Boki, this is the biggest game of the season. We can never let SMB beat us, man. Biggest game of the season, it's up for debate. To me, in my opinion, right now it could be. Yeah.
SMB LAD.
Right now it could be, if you will, but if we get to the Carabao Cup final, that's a more important game. So, I would agree with it right now. Right now it is. Steve,
I think for the region, I think that's what you've got to think. You've got to take that into a little bit of context because in the region it is for them. I
agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It's
but
the bragging
final,
rights and everything else.
Not every Geordie, born Geordie, will pick playing a final for another title than beating the Malcolms. Come on, man. Except that, the daft Mighty Win here and there. But other than that, well, actually not even Mighty Win. He's the one that said there's another game. This whole time he's talking about there's another game.
Damn right. You can be a final of beating the Malcolms. I'll take the final every single day.
Exactly. That's a trophy.
And I'll put up with all the stick I get for the next fortnight by just holding up the trophy and saying, you beat me. Look what I've done.
But you ain't got this cup. Exactly. That's exactly. A trophy is a trophy, man. And imagine a trophy final with the Malcolms.
Which begs the question, which is most important, beating the Malcolms or beating Fulham?
Well, it's hard to. You can go either way. But if you really think about it objectively, it is Fulham because you got to make it to the not final, but what? Semi-final. But now you got to make it because if you don't make it to the final, then it doesn't. It's all up for debate. Tunat, Michael, it's criminal. Ilanga has taken his place for this game. So there you go. Some Ilanga epiphanies there.
Well, let's hope, as Gary said, let's just hope that he can grasp the opportunity, have a blinder, score a goal, create a goal, They'd have the game of his life against the Mackhams, and he'll never have to buy another pint in the Toon again.
Yeah.
Ask Ryan Taylor.
Or as I said on Sky, if you lose this game, order takeout, baby. You can't even walk out.
Right.
You gotta have a hoodie and a mask every time you get out, right to the training ground and then right back home. You can't leave the house.
Do not be going to Tesco's tomorrow morning.
No,
if
you can't go shopping. You gotta ask Rosa to go get shopping for you. You know everybody has. Never mind. That's a bad joke. That's a bad joke to say on there. That's my bad, man. But I'm Hispanic though. I guess I'm allowed. But every rich person has a Rosa or a Consuela in the house. You gotta make her do the shopping for you, because you can't get out, man. You cannot get out. But if you win, you go out, man. You do the lawn. You go out and walk the dog, man. You'll be all right. No surrender, says Bruno G. No surrender. Gavin Fuller, we may be playing counter with Elanga, which Elanga is good. We have 2 fastest wingers in the Premier League. That is why I can't understand why he tried to play tiki-taka, play to your strength. Well, there you go. That's a decision. And he's going with it now, so we'll see. I think the very beginning is going to be key, though. Niall Powell, Gavin, if we want to play possession-based, why did we buy counter-attacking players? There you go. Lads, I believe the first 15 minutes to push it, 15 minutes is going to be key, because the atmosphere is going to be very, very intense. You can already foresee that. And it's about temperament, personality. You just got to stay within the rectangle, man. That's all you got to focus on. I told Arsenal when I was doing Arsenal.
I'm not sure about it being the first 15 minutes, because virtually every game this season, the first 15 minutes we've started very, very well.
No, I'm not talking about
including taking the lead a couple of times, but it hasn't.
You're missing my point.
Good stead.
You're missing my point, because I'm not talking about football. I'm talking about the atmosphere in the stadium is going to be rocking to where you can't let that get in your head. You can't let that make you lose your composure. That's what I'm talking about. And the whole game, because I told when I was doing Premier League content, there was Arsenal came to Newcastle, and my word of advice was to Arsenal, don't get involved with the crowd. Don't try to do any throughout the whole game. This goes throughout the whole game. Get over the 15 minutes of roar and atmosphere and intensity and all of that, and then the whole game. Don't feed into. Don't kick the ball. Try to do no shenanigans, because the crowd will be on you, and that's a battle you're never gonna win. And remember that game clearly, because Kai Havertz did something, get the crowd going, and they lost. Remember that was the in. If the ball was in. Well, it was on the corner. If it was in or out, and they were saying it was out, Arteta was crying and all that. You can't get the crowd in, because if you're going to get into a battle with the crowd, you're going to lose. And that's my advice to Newcastle United today. Don't try to do that. Don't try to, because you don't antagonize them at all. And so that's something that we need to keep in mind. Are the young players mature enough to take care of that? Are even the mature players? It's Gordon. Gordon, come on, man. No matter how many statues you want to build of Gordon around St. James's Park, he is petulant, and he's bound to look at what happened against Van Dijk.
He's also a big game player.
No, he's not. You get a big game against Van Dijk, he got sent off. So again, you can't have that. You cannot have that. You've got to stay in the game. Think, man. Think. That's a big deal.
Bring the Mackhams back to reality. Bring the Mackhams back to reality.
Anybody good at beatboxing?
There you go.
I suppose we better shout that one out. Toon. There you go.
Toon. Black and white army.
Black and white army. Did you? I don't know whether you guys have seen the start of the build-up to the match when the lads turned up in the coaches. Did you hear that? Have you seen that on social media? It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. The attitude and the atmosphere from that. I mean, Dan Burns walking up the steps is just smiling. He's like, bring it on. Like I say, this to me, if you look at all the metrics, these two sides at this present moment in time, the way they have played, the goals have scored, conceded, very similar to Newcastle. That's what I said. For me, as recent history tells you, it's going to be a really tight game. And forget the FA Cup, because the FA Cup I think was different. But for me, the one thing that gets me is the fact that two people are going to win or lose this game today, I believe, and it's controlling that midfield. If we give Xhaka the opportunity to push on and create, then it'll go towards them. If we can stop that and nullify it by either Bruno or Tonali, our two main players, really stand up for the game, I think it'll be a black and white day all day.
Xhaka is going to be an issue if he plays, but also Tonali if he turns up. That's the battle I want to see. Tonali, Xhaka. And so let's go. And this is the reception, ladies and gents. Thank you for reminding me, because I forgot. We had it lined up. This is Newcastle United getting off the bus. Seagulls flying all over the place. You see a few there. And there you go. So this was the reception. Oh, man, I swear to God. I'm the worst at this right now. But here we go. Let's put it back again. This is the... Look at Dan Burns' face. Look at Burns' face. I can't hear you, man. Fabian Schär doesn't even know proper Geordie, so he ain't got a clue what the Mackles are saying. As you saw in the video with Roy.
Yeah.
There's Christina saying, did you give Schär my number, Chris? Because he hasn't called yet.
He said, is she from Blythe? No, thank you. Look at that one. Oh. Look at Jason. Look at Jason.
Yeah.
Gordon need to let his hair grow longer. It's like that's how my missus look like Gordon.
I want to see Betsy's haircut.
Yeah, she go. So she's sleeping right now, man. It's 7 a.m. here, man. What are you on about? And so we're knackered, man. I woke up at 4 a.m. for this crap. My goodness. But anyway, folks, that was same Geordie. You know what? But I love it though. I love that. That should be allowed all the time. That's why I even tell the people in the chat. If a Macam flies by, like a proper seagull, just let him do his thing. Except when he gets too bad, then you fly him out. But
the Geordies, by the way, were behind the couches, behind the hedge, all boxed in by the police. Like obviously trying to sing over the top of the privet.
Back in the good old days,
hilarious.
Back in the good old days, players, you were allowed to do the back and forth. I remember when Neville was playing at Enfield, and there's a big old Liverpool fan, because they're right there next to when there's a throw-in or something, and he was going at Neville, and Neville turned around and let him know a few things, and they were going back and forth. I wish that would be, I guess, I don't know if anything's stopping that from happening other than maybe the referee now just, because in South America they call it antagonizing, provoking violence. If you make a hand signal that's not, like, for example, the Bombonera at Boca Juniors Stadium, it looks like a toilet. So some players from back in the day, they would come in and do this to their nose as if it stunk, as if it stink, as they're walking in, banter back and forth. That would now be called antagonizing and provoking violence. I don't know if that's a thing over there in England, but what would stop, I don't know, a player saying something to a Macam on the pitch? Do you think the referee would get involved and say, because you can get, in South America, you can get a red card, man, for it. So,
inciting the crowd is an offence. So if it's seen as you're being antagonistic to create an issue, then yes, it will be deemed that way, and you will be carded and potentially, well, you can be sent off. I've seen it a couple of times. It's not, and to be fair, the one thing I mentioned last week was the fact that we've got Peter Banks in the middle of the park. He's very fond of issuing the yellow cards, and I can't remember who's VAR. Another one who's top of the list. I mean, when you look at these people that are officiating today, all of them are very card happy. So the one thing he has to be, he's well controlled. And I think, unfortunately, Peter Banks likes to see the cameras on him far too much rather than let the game go. You know, sometimes you can take control of the game quite comfortably in derbies, in the atmosphere, and all the times you can actually be yourself, be involved in it. You can get, dragged along with that mentality. So I think Peter Banks has got a lot on his shoulders today, and I hope he doesn't spoil it.
Oh yeah, referees. These are not easy games for referees, to say the least. Do you remember any situation? I mean, there's always been scuffles and push and shoves and all of that. But do you remember anything from either side, I guess, against a fan, but like a good back and forth? I'm not talking about violence or anything like that. But do you ever remember? Because that Gary Neville Liverpool fan always in my mind for some reason.
You had Trippier, didn't you? You remember Trippier's rant towards one of our players when they
but that was on our own, because he was they were getting criticized and he went to the fans and told them, what are you on about?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about against the Mackhams, I guess. I don't remember. No. I don't remember.
No, I can't recall anything off the top of my head. Can you, Win?
No. But I tell you what I am thinking. There's 7 minutes to go, and Ronnie Turnbull, if you're in the chat, we haven't got your prediction yet, and Betsy, we still haven't got Betsy's.
Yeah, she's sleeping, man. Listen, I told you many times, and I maintain my conviction. I don't babysit these participants, man. They can either put their prediction or they can't. My lovely wife, she's sleeping like a sleeping beauty, and unfortunately, that's the price you got to pay, mate. If she doesn't put it in, well, that's another subject. But it's, her prediction I'm talking about. Then that's
just to clarify.
What we do in our house, I told you the laundry is done in the house, man. Not anywhere else. Let me know if you guys see the match right there. We got the Stadium of Light, ladies and gents. Don't forget to smash the like button. Stay with us. React with us. We're gonna get the clock going for you, so you can sync with us and watch it with us at the same time if you can. This was Jamie, as he was making his journey onto the Stadium of Light.
Queuing early to get in the stack. That is just, I'm not ready for that really loud Depeche Mode at this time in the morning. I'm hanging out the arse. I don't even know where to go for the bus. I'm assuming it's under the Melbourne stand. And I'm shitting myself at the prospect of playing Sunderland. But, sure it'll be worth it. Maybe, possibly. See what's going on.
Hey, so I told you that they would put. Why would they put the bus? There's always a bus there?
Yeah, or did they just do it?
Have you got the one from Jamie arriving at the stadium?
I got you, man. No worries, man. Let me do my thing, man. But I'm asking you now. What do you? The bus from there at the Melbourne stand, is that a usual thing? There's always a bus there, or is it just because of the derby?
It's just because of the derby.
I told you, man.
In fact, the last game, you didn't get a ticket until you were actually on the bus.
On the bus, yeah.
I told you they would do that, and you said no, they would never do that. They wouldn't. Maybe you thought I meant provided by the club. I'm talking about they would just who put a bus there anyway? If it's not the club,
it's the club.
So the club did it, and you were arguing with me, saying no, the club don't do that. They would never do that. You are.
What are you talking about? I was there, man.
There you go, man. There you go. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Jamie is in the house already at the Stadium of Light, ladies and gentlemen. We are seconds away from the derby. With the live match commentary from Gary, we'll be reacting. Of course, don't forget to smash the like button. No spoilers if you can, so we can, we can all watch the same thing. Ladies and gents. At
Ron's
the end of the day,
2-0, guys. Ron's saying 2-0.
Ron is saying 2-0. There you go. At the end of the day, ladies and gents, we're all Newcastle United fans, and we must back this team right now. the Magpies making their way into the Sunderland Stadium. There you go. A big old Sunderland there in the middle of the park.
Sunderland.
The biggest
Count the fingers.
match, some would say, in the history of derbies in England. You got to get over this 15 minutes, man. You got to get over this 15 minutes. It's key. Smash the like button, folks. Howie, stay with us. React with us. The good, the bad, the ugly. Here on NUFC Talk. Always uncensored. Never edited. Never corrupted. Never persuaded. It's mighty when we like us to all be happy clapping. We all have a mind of our own. And we shall say what we think. So there you go.
Howie the lads.
Howie the lads. And that's Howay, baby. That's what it is. H-O, man. None of that Hawaii nonsense.
Why is it H-O-W for Mr. Howe? Howie the lads. When the new stadium's built, the road leading up to it will be Howie.
We were doing fine. You had to screw it up, man. What the...
Prove that.
Did you see? Wayne, I know you went to get your dog, but Ron put 2-0 to the Toon in the chat, buddy.
Randy Turnbull, right?
Yeah. And Queenie's
everybody's supporting the Toon now.
League. So, guys, if you haven't already, you've got a couple of seconds left before it's all over. Give your predictions if you haven't already.
There's literally only, let's see.
I'll text and see if she's awake.
I mean, you could be a lovely husband and just say, you know what, Betsy? Just for you, darling, I'll put yours in. Right then, team. Let's be having you, as they said in Norwich. Let's be having you. Yeah, I need a few more though to sound like her.
Or a couple less.
Or a couple less, indeed. Yeah, so Roofs in goal for them. Back four of Michele, Ballard, Alderete, Mandava. And then you go, again, like I say, I think it's going to be a 4-3-3, but it's going to be a swap. It's going to be a fluid 4-3-3. So in the middle, they've got Siddiqui, Xhaka and Talbi. And then up front, they'll go with Traore on the right, Lefay on the left with Brobby. Mr. Brobby up top for them.
Brobby.
And obviously Newcastle going the same way, 4-3-3, as always. Ramsdale, Livramento, Chow, Byrne, Hall. Then in the middle, Gilmares on the left-hand side, Tonali dropping in the 6, and Miley will be on the right-hand side. That's my prediction. Gordon, Voltemada, and Elanga up top.
That's right.
And again, like I say, I think this is going to be one of those where it's going to be hot, it's going to be sweaty.
It's going to be really hot.
It's going to be the edge of the seat.
Rest in peace, obviously, being nice to Harry Rowell, legend for Sunderland as well. They're sitting in the center circle,
Gary Rowell,
applauding him. And he was the last player to ever score a hat-trick on the derby, so there you go. Passed away yesterday, unfortunately, after a long battle with leukemia. So no colors aside, Jermaine Defoe in the house as well, who has a personal agenda against Eddie Howe, so he's certainly, aside from being a Mackham, has something to do. Some would say the Magpie Slayer. He broke my heart so damn bad on that last game, man. Man, that was a great goal though, but man, that was gut wrenching. I believe it was the last derby of the Premier League, wasn't it? I mean, it was knackering.
I've
man.
tried to erase it from my mind.
Who the heck? There's a Mackham there in City in Sunderland. Like he's got a scarf. Not like mine, though. Mine was black and white with a strawberry on it, baby. There you go. Good old atmosphere in Sunderland at the moment. You can't deny that. It'll be much better, though, when we come to the Toon.
A lot of them look like the old Man U scarves as well, don't they? Have you seen their scarves? Oh.
They're recycled, man. They're recycled.
Yeah, recycled. Here we go then, in all blue.
Let's get got him, Bo. Let's get got him.
Here we go.
Bruno with a kickoff. All the way back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale looks up and he goes to the left-hand side, obviously looking for that big hoof for Voltemada. Headed clear, though. It's coming to the middle park with Tino getting a touch on it. It's bounced over a couple of heads, but again, straight away, we're Lewis Hall getting under control. The referee, Mr. Banks, is saying, no way you're getting away with that one. And it's a free kick quite early on from Traore there to Newcastle.
My bad, I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. I just thought you need to go to the toilet. Anyway, Bruno now with a free kick, left of centre, around about 15 yards from the halfway line. Ball into the box, onto that diagonal. Again, headed clear just to the edge of the box, but again, the referee, Mr. Banks, seen something from Voldemar that he didn't like, and again, an easy free kick. And the pressure's off Sunderland. And it's a free kick to them. And again, like I said, this is the worry for me. Mr. Banks want to see himself on TV far too many times, and straight away in the first 2 minutes, he's been there. So free kick to Sunderland. Sunderland.
You want to sing, folks? We're on 120 now.
I remember a good Jordy from Texas told me, Chris, you need to know how to say the word, man. If you're going to say it, try not to say it, but if you're going to say it, you got to say Sunderland. Sunderland. You can't pronounce it the whole way. Just Sunderland.
No, Sunderland.
No. Sunlun.
Indeed. Ballard with the ball just inside the Newcastle half. Newcastle dropping a little bit deep. Ball comes out to Faye on this left-hand side. Drop back again. Newcastle with Mandava there. Sunderland just trying to get a bit of pace and running behind. Lots of players making darty moves for Sunderland. So let's see what happens there. But again, Newcastle remain in shape with that 4-5-1. Again, dropping a little bit deep for me again.
Yeah.
Again, just Sunderland just playing in front of Newcastle at the minute.
Visible there.
No. Alderte now, bringing the ball forward. Drops the ball down to Faye. Again, comes back onto his right foot and drops it all the way back to Alderte.
It's a 4-5-1 almost like where we're playing.
Yeah, it's like that's exactly the shape. That's what I said. This is what Eddie Howe likes, playing away from home. It'll be a bit silence. Ball over the top there to try and get Traore on the ball, but his first touch was a bit poor. And a ball is out of play to a Newcastle goal kick. Like I say, it's very predictable at the minute. Just trying to keep it tight and see where we go. So again, still unbeaten, Sunderland at home. So something that Newcastle need to achieve today.
Oh, could you imagine that? We got to bring it on. As I was telling the Premier League fan zone, it's already starting to happen, man. 1 out of 6 games. Didn't worry, man.
Didn't worry. The ball hoofed forward. Dan Burn with a headed clearance towards the halfway line, but it's again up towards Mr. Brobbery.
Well done, Miley.
Miley just gets a towel that to Voltamada on the halfway line. Little back heel. Again, let's not be clever there. Let's try
we're sitting back a little too much for my coach. The president's not there that you would think with Gordon or Ilanga.
Yeah, well, maybe, like I said, it's a way of just taking the steam out of the game. First 15 minutes and then get at them. Up to the Ilanga from Tino. Again, deflected, and I missed it. Oh, there you go.
With that Robinho, I thought he was in jail, man.
Oh, bless you. Ball back in play now. Alderete.
Oh, come on, go.
A bit of a come on, Voltamada.
Voltamada, you should have gotten that, man.
You should have got that. He backed out.
Give up on it.
Yeah, ball forward comes to Hall, though. Again, that was a bit dodgy there from Sunderland playing that square ball. And it was right there for Voltamada.
It was absolutely for Voltamada.
Hall now down the line, looking for Anthony Gordon. Gordon now drops back onto his right foot, comes inside a little bit, plays the ball through the centre, looking for Voltamada again. Again, it's cut out by Sunderland. Mr. Brobbery, he's now picking the ball up. Again, a bit of a deflection, but it fell Sunderland's way. Mukeli now. Bringing the ball inside and just, again, Sunderland just playing backwards rather than going forward.
Now we've got to press.
Yeah, shape of Newcastle, just stopping them, trying to play into them passing lanes. Sadiqi's the one you've got to watch, number 27, because he's the one that just fits, comes from that 6 going into the 8, and he's picking up the half space. Sadiqi with the ball, plays it into think that's Ballard on that right-hand side there, just going out on that side. Now Traore just picking that ball up into the corner. Ball back, first time ball into the box. It's cleared, half cleared by Tonali. Hall. And Tonali again plays it inside, but it's a poor ball given back to Sunderland from Anthony Gordon. Traore down that line. Ball into the box again, but it's aimed at nobody in particular. Poor clearance again from Tonali, given straight back to Sunderland, who's around about 30 yards from the box. Again, ball delivered in, but again, cleared from Newcastle. Again, nothing really promising from Sunderland, even though they've had lots of possession in this first 5 minutes. But Newcastle, again, half-hearted clearances, I must admit, lads. Something that we've got to be better at.
West Ham won up at Villa. Well, not at Villa, but beaten Villa 1-0.
0-0 Palace and whoever they're playing against. Forest Tottenham 0-0 as well.
Ballard now.
Oh, Man
playing
City
the ball over the top. Again, Byrne just gets his foot onto that and stops that ball going to Mr.
You gotta be
Brabby.
better than that, man.
Ball's out for a throw in that.
It's so it's so. Listen, I know we've done it before, but it's so weird playing without the black and white, man. That is rubbish. That, and just stop making it. It's just. I don't want to get too political, but man, damn, man, makes no sense, man. What happened in the 50s when it was black and white TV? People just didn't. They just figure it out, man. It's not hard to see.
There was no football TV in the 50s.
I was going to say.
You're supposed to prove my point, Wayne. Yeah.
Ball into the box, swung to the edge of the box. It's cleared by Tonali this time, headed clear. Again, just loofed into the box. Dan Byrne underneath. Again, beaten there by Ballard. Again, this time Voltemada gets his foot through it and looking to the halfway line, but again, headed deep into the Newcastle half. Sunderland now just on the edge of the box. Hall plays the ball out to that left-hand side. Gordon. Hall goes past him. Gordon now comes inside, plays the ball out to Tino on this right-hand side. Elanga
come on, Elanga.
Elanga on this right-hand side now. Comes inside. Again, using a bit of pace. Good ball into Voltemada and there's the box. Voltemada tries to get it through the middle for Elanga, but it was too easy.
Elanga didn't realize it until too late, though.
Yeah, he stuttered, and then when it was too late when he made the run.
Yeah, I think it needed a bit more of an angled ball, didn't it? Out to the corner rather than towards the keeper. The keeper was always favourite for that one, to be fair. Good intent now. Ballard now picks the ball up, gives it back to Alderete. Alderete now just stops and gets hassled and
come on.
Lucky.
Come on,
Voltemada. Just not got the pace to get that ball, but again Ballard gets it back from Roofs. Just forward now into Xhaka. Just taking his time there, gives it back to Ballard. Siddiqui now. Again, no press from Newcastle. Siddiqui happy to get that ball. Xhaka plays a good ball through the channels now. Then onto this left-hand side. Go down to the ground, Tino. And Sunderland now with a chance to get the good ball across, but it's a poor effort. And that's across the box, and it's out for a Newcastle throw-in from Talby there. Talby gets himself into a good opportunity. And there was a good ball played just on the edge of the penalty area, but it's a really poor cross from Talby that takes the ball out for a Newcastle throw-in. Deep in the Newcastle half on that left-hand side. Hall to take. A little bit dodgy at times. Newcastle playing ourselves into a bit of trouble. Again, half-hearted throw there. It's giving the ball straight back to Sunderland. Sunderland now on this right-hand side gives it back to Siddiqui. Xhaka, number 34. He's the one who's going to be literally the heartbeat of Sunderland. Xhaka again. Plays the ball all the way back to the halfway line for Alderete. Alderete got lots of grass to run into. And again, Newcastle just back off. Talby gives it back to Alderete. Xhaka, Alderete again. Just little triangles from these boys. Just trying to draw the Newcastle boys from that 5. Again, it's trying to play the breaks.
Oh, no.
And it's ball. No, go across. Oh, it's a poor ball again.
Man.
Give it to Gordon, Voltemada.
No, but Elanga had a clear shot to Gordon, though. I made the wrong play there, man.
Yep. But I mean, again, it's that touch, isn't it? Out of your feet, just play it into the space for players to run to. They'd drawn everybody across there, and Sunderland had committed bodies behind. So again, you'd got that counter-attack opportunity, and Newcastle just chose the wrong lane to play into. Anyway, back with it, Siddiqui down the line to Mandava, who again happy to go high. Mandava, knowing Siddiqui's just behind him, covering that hole. Ball over the top now for Sunderland to try and get into. There's a chance here to get into it,
man.
But yeah, Ramsdale gets down and gets onto that just on the edge of the box, the 6-yard box.
Oh, it's starting to be a back and forth now.
Yeah, and play Gordon now on that left-hand side. Gordon hugging the touchline. Again, just trying to back.
There we go.
Machiavelli back, and again,
he forgot the ball.
Just leaves the ball behind him, and it's easily given back to Sunderland. Again, there's a chance to get the ball forward, which they fail to do at time.
Foot on the ball. Well done.
Yeah, get your foot on the ball and play. That's what you need to do. Gordon now on that left-hand side plays the ball back to.
I have a good story about that, by the way.
Miley now.
Billy balls over here.
It looks like Miley's playing on that left-hand side, to be fair.
Yeah,
a lot
doing
of the time,
well, Miley.
Yeah. Plays the ball up to Elanga. Elanga inside again to Bruno. Bruno plays it back out to Elanga on that right-hand side. Elanga now trying to get to that byline, and it's again. It's just kicked out of play for a goal kick from
Elanga. Lighting things up, I got a good story about what did you say, standing on the ball? Oh, look at that. Yeah,
just play the
see, I don't think he knew Gordon was there
Elanga.
until then, and it was too late. But Elanga should have known, man, right into the space.
Yeah.
I don't think Elanga had felt comfortable putting that long pass.
That's the thing that you get, you see, with Elanga. He just doesn't look up enough for me. Plays with the ball, with his eyes to the ball all the time because he's that quick. Sometimes his feet just move before his brain engages. Throw into Sunderland, to the Mackhams. Deep in that right-hand side. Machiavelli. Again, looking for options. Referee's asked him to get on with it. Yeah. Newcastle going man for man at the minute. Big Burn picks that one up, but again, headers back to a red and white shirt. And again, Lefay on that 28 coming from this left-hand side, overloading that right-hand side, playing more as a 2 up top at the minute, Sunderland, with Lefay and Brobby, allowing Mandava down that left-hand side. So again, this is that formation that they mix and match very easily. It looks like a 4-2-3-1, but it never is with Sunderland at the minute. They play, like I say, with this 2 up top. Ball now with Traore down that right-hand side. Again, Newcastle back into the box. Ball of the outside. Ooh, what are you doing there, Malik Chow? I thought that was closer than he looked then for a second. But it's out for a corner for Sunderland. It looked like he got his feet all mixed up there.
Safety first.
Chow. Yeah.
That's a lot. That's quality though, man, but very risky.
Yeah. Good ball in from Traore, right? And he just sees it as an out, but it looks a lot closer than it was from where I was sitting. Here we go, Sunderland corner, first one of the game. Lots of movement in the box. Ball comes into that near post. It's flicked on and headed clear this time by Tonali. It's out for it's going to be a free kick again. Mr. Banks wants seen something that nobody else did. On Tonali there. Let's have another look. Tonali's watching his man and watching the ball. He does get a push in the back, which is what the referee's seen. Fair play to him, but well done, Tonali. Much better this time at that back stick. 14 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, lads and lasses. Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0 at the Stadium of Plight. Long ball cleared again. Sunderland just headed the ball up with Xhaka. Ball forward from Salika. Ball forward again by Hall, but it's straight back to a red and white shirt. It's all messy at the moment, not really being able to put 2 or 3 passes together. Newcastle. Tonali getting pulled back there by Traore. Referee now just having a word. Eddie Howe off his seat. Looking content with what he's seen so far. And then Mad Dog is there. A little bit of wee smile. Eddie Howe got a touch of wind. Again, just waiting for this ball to be kicked. Ramsdale happy to come out of his box and be that extra body, allowing Newcastle to push up. Ball fired in towards the edge of the box there, towards Big Dan Burn. Elanga on the edge of the box. Lord have mercy. Another poor ball into the box, to be fair, from Elanga. Tried to get something in it and tried to put it back in the mixer, but it was a poor effort.
If you're going to do that, at least put a bit of venom in it.
Yeah, we've seen that, though, when the ball goes out for a throw-in. Or a goal kick. Siddiqui now picks the ball up and gives it all the way down to Alderete. Again, Siddiqui, the lad from that mid at 6, drops back into that back line and becomes a 3, allowing the 2 full-backs to push high and wide for Sunderland. Alderete plays the ball over the top again. Dan Burn gets his head underneath it. It falls over the top of Tonali. Again, Elanga tries to pick the ball up to Voltemada.
On it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he just kicks it clear and it goes straight to a Sunderland. Not a great start, not a great 15 minutes so far for Elanga. Again, Xhaka plays the ball out to Ballard, who again gets the ball back. Xhaka again just clipping a lovely ball out to this left-hand side. To Talbot, who again gets the ball back from a lucky deflection there.
Lucky bones.
Lafi. Yeah, Xhaka is certainly the one who's
directing,
ticking the boxes, isn't he? Yeah, he's ticking
all
the boxes.
He actually hasn't done much himself. He's done very little.
Yeah, but he's the perfect 6. That's what I said. He just sits in that centre circle.
We should have gotten him, man. I told y'all before. Yeah. He would have swamped the Newcastle, man.
Anyway, long throw from Sunderland to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's headed. Oh, it's a cross shot there from Sunderland. But I don't know whether that's was that deflected? It looked like it deflected. Was that off the bar?
I think it might have been off the bar.
Ball comes forward. No, it's just whipped across, and it looks like Ramsdale may have got a toe on it. Yeah, but the ball got deflected onto Ballard's back from Dan Burn. No, we got nothing near that. Nobody near that. So it's a throw in there to Newcastle. Bit of a grimace there from Alderete as he swung a boot at it. Hall plays the ball across the field. Tino trying to pick that ball up, and again couldn't control it, and it's giving it straight back to Sunderland. What is it with Newcastle at the minute and not being able to pick the ball up and control the ball? It's like, again, we're playing under pressure, and our bodies become a rebound rather than a control. It's ridiculous, isn't it, when you look at the quality we've got on the park, and yet it's like a hot potato at the moment.
Well, it's clear we're playing on the counter. I mean, we're defensive. They're playing on the counter, and oh man.
My goodness.
Losing the ball.
Here we go again, yeah. Here we go again. Talby again coming in from that midfield. Beats Tino on the bounce. Tino gets sucked into, and then the ball just goes behind him. But again, it's back with Ballard with Sunderland. But again, Newcastle deep in their own half. Traore with a ball hammered in towards Bradbury up the top. Again, just piling down that right-hand side. The full-backs are high. Inside now to Xhaka. Comes outside now, and again, it's a poor control.
Oh, come on, man.
Tino trying to give it to Elanga. Yeah, it's really poor. Thanks, Random, for that one, buddy.
Thank you, Random. Appreciate it. And it's just a membership that's going to
Pensby Lad.
Pensby Lad. Or Pens by Lad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Pensby Lad.
Going to do a giveaway pretty soon, so stay tuned.
Ballard gives it square to Alderete. Alderete goes through the middle. Again, just trying to pick up that loose ball. Lots of movement from Sunderland, but it's, again, well done Elanga that time. Winning that ball back. Feeds it up now into Tino. Tino goes to Tonali, who's credited out there, but they've played well, Newcastle, to try and get and break them lines. Again, they tried to get down the line, but Bruno and Voltemada gets taken out there.
This is deliberate. We are sitting back and waiting for a counter-attack. that's the way it's going. I mean, we're giving up the ball. I think the ball possession for them is incredibly high. I don't like it. I'm a big fan. You have the more you have the ball, the more of a chance you're going to win the game or control the game. You control the game. You know, so you give up the ball, you're at the mercy of the other team.
Yeah, it's certainly not been a 20 minutes of exciting football, to be fair. It's been played more, you know, in front of Newcastle. But Newcastle have done nothing to try and win that ball back. I mean, there you go, Ballard and Voltemada there, hard but fair, you know, and that's what you get from him.
But to be fair, Sunderland have done a good job at, as soon as we get the ball and they come right at the ankles, intensity, they close the spaces, so Tonali has to think extremely fast, and Ilanga, you know, he can't think left alone. Imagine if somebody's on him. So that's what's knackering us at the moment.
Yeah, Ilanga plays it out square from the centre circle. The ball there for Hall to run onto. Hall onto the corner of the box. He's going towards that byline, dinks the ball to the back stick, but there's nobody there. And it's easy for Mandava to run forward with this ball.
Thank you, Connor, for the super chat. Says this doesn't feel like a derby match. No intensity. Thank you, Connor. Help us,
There's
folks.
no intensity
super chat.
from us. Yeah, no intensity from us whatsoever. And that's what I said. It's like, you know, we are just trying to allow them to have the ball, suck players forward, and then try and get in front of them. But again, the balls that we're playing aren't really going, oh, come on, lads, send it to the box. And it's, again, Newcastle look like it's struggling just to get a foot on the ball here. This person, Mandava with a header.
We had a lot of hopes, but it's clear that I don't know.
Plenty hopes still.
No. I'm talking about we had hope that Ilanga was going to do all right, but
that's true.
I think it's proven that it's a little too much for him right now. He can't think quick. So in this game, I'm not sure that he's doing much of a help. But to be honest, I don't even know if Murphy. We're not even forward enough for Murphy to cross any ball in. So
no, Dan Burn there climbs all the way over Lefay, and Lefay goes down holding his face, but there was nothing in that at all. Yeah, you need to get that one off, boys.
Yeah.
Elderson was still sitting back.
And
Chow now plays the ball square to Burn.
Man,
poor ball from Burn, to be fair though, because he puts all under a bit of pressure there, but it was a foul by Traore. Again, square by Burn to Chow, and again the intensity from Sunderland's there.
You see, look, there you go. That's exactly. You're gonna have to
Ball
hoof it, man.
Chow to Ramsdale. Ramsdale plays it to Dan Burn. Dan Burn again trying to draw the Sunderland players, gives it to Hall. Hall back to Burn. Just getting further and further back. This time Ramsdale goes long, looking for Voltemada. Voltemada one-on-one, but again the header forward just goes straight to a red and white shirt.
You see, nobody around though. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said. Ilanga needs to be looking at that and running off and expecting the flick on.
Mailey's starting to push the press there. Go ball.
Okay. Yeah, Traore there miscontrols it for Sunderland. Hall now with a throw into Dan Burn. Dan Burn looks to go square, but Chow had his back to him. Bruno plays that ball square to Chow now. Chow now got a little bit of grass to run into. Plays the ball along the line, looking for the line. Tino with square ball. But again, that's
better.
Blocked.
It's getting better.
Great ball that was. Yeah, great ball that was from Chow. Sees Tino in that inside right position. The ball that he loves to play, and it's right along the floor. Great spot there from Chow. Good run from Tino. But again, nothing to aim at really in the middle of the box. Light run from Gordon. So luckily, I suppose, we have got a corner out of it. So that's 2-1 to Sunderland at the minute on corners. Our first corner of the game. So let's see what we can make of this one. Lewis Hall with the in-swinger. Let's see what the set-piece coach has done this one.
Me and my bottle of water.
Yeah, let's... I want somebody at that back stick now. Need somebody at that back stick. Ball comes in. There's lots of tussling. Roof gets it cleared. It's only come out to Tonali now.
Put it back in there.
Wide of the box. The ball again. It's deflected. Come out to Bruno. And Bruno then goes back to Tino. Tino gets a foot on it. Again, goes out wide to Ilanga. Inside now to Bruno. Got a bit of space. Tino picks the ball up again. Plays it inside, but it's headed clear. And again, Sunderland happy to keep those body bodies forward. This time
No,
it's
the whistle, man.
Carried on.
Oh.
Voltamada got stood up by Ballard, and the referees let the game continue.
Now then,
even though there's a Sunderland
VAR will be
player
looking
down.
at that.
If he stepped on it, that's a penalty.
Yeah, VAR will be looking at that, definitely.
And
Gotta
haul
be-
all the way
man.
back to Ramsdale.
Got to be
Ramsdale
strong in this
gives the
game, man.
ball.
You cannot be weak.
Chow now picks the ball up again. Sunderland drop off him. They're having a breather, Sunderland. Voltamada gets to his feet, but he's hobbling still. Bruno gives it to Byrne. Byrne gives it to Tonali. Tonali, again, this movement of Newcastle at the minute. The three midfielders all swapping places. Up that line again to Tino, playing the inside right position. Tino now sees Bruno inside. Malik Chow gives it to Tonali. Again, just 5-yard passes, but Newcastle, for the major part, keeping hold of the ball. Outside to Gordon. Gordon now on that left-hand side sees Hall, but again, it's a poor pass from Gordon. And that's given Sunderland the chance to get the ball back. Zaka plays the ball up the middle park there to Brobbery. And now there's a little bit of a tackle from behind, and Brobbery's asking for the card there from Chow. But, I mean, it was a bit light, if I'm honest with you. And the free kick has
Some
gone.
game at the London Stadium, 2-1 to West Ham now.
Wow. Oh, who's got the yellow card there? Somebody's been given a yellow card there.
I think the play right there. Let's see.
Malik Chow comes through the side of him.
That's not a yellow card, man.
That's not a yellow card. Who was he giving a yellow card to there? Oh, it's got to be to Brobbery for asking for a yellow card.
For showing the yellow.
Yeah, it's got to be for him.
Protesting. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it
there
is.
you go. Thank God for that. I was going to say, you can't give Malik Chow a
Mr.
yellow for
Brobby.
that. Mr. Brobby with a yellow.
Look how far back we're sitting, though, man. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, even
What are
what
we doing
is all
here?
the way back.
Long ball from Roofs. Headed
Who's
clear
supposed
this
to get
time
these balls
by
now?
Hall.
We're sitting too far back, man. That's not good.
Saka with the ball over the top again, looking for the runners, but nobody running into that one. And that's going to be all the way out for a throw-in, I think. Yeah,
Lucky.
it's hit the
What
corner
the
flag,
heck?
but it went the right side of the flag, so it'll be a throw-in to Newcastle. Deep in their own
Right
half,
on
this
the
one.
corner flag.
Yeah, stuck in that corner. Got to be sure here. Thrown in
By the way,
to Lewis Hall, who poofs it.
We're
clear. Go
We're
on,
talking about Ilanga not doing anything with Gordon has been asleep. At least Ilanga has the ball to pour bad balls in, but Gordon not good. I'm sure
he looks calm, doesn't he? Their coach. What is it? Leprice or something? What is his name?
Lebris. Reggie Lebris.
Sounds like a cheese.
Oh, there we go. BDB against BDB, baby.
Yeah. Ball long.
Oh, give our man.
From the throw-in, and Ballard goes to the ground straight away.
Burn, find a man. Burn, find a man.
They might be looking at that as well.
Yeah,
Burn better find him. There you go. He found
Presumably
him.
they didn't look at
Comes
the
back to Yellow.
Voltamada one.
Zaka with a shot, and it's way over the bar from Zaka there. Looking to put his name in lights, to be fair. Well, we're coming up to 30 minutes, boys, and we've not really had an attempt on goal. Nothing at all.
No, but in these, that's why in these particular games, you need somebody like Barnes.
I'm saying they could be looking at that, this could be a penalty.
In this particular game, you need somebody like Barnes who can put his foot on top of the ball and think and execute. You need somebody with calm, man. At the moment, we have, as you mentioned, we haven't attacked whatsoever. You need somebody that can think with the ball, and that's why I believe Barnes would have been a better choice at this moment in time. For either, if you don't want me to be biased for either Ilanga or Gordon, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, we've taken, even though they have moved the ball and moved their fullbacks forward, we've not really gathered any momentum to try and get in and behind them spaces. If I'm honest with you. Alderete there just couldn't control that ball.
Give the ball, man.
Picks the ball up, gives it to Tino. But again,
it's not a great ball, Manalanga.
Not a great ball, and Tino's out of position here. Mandava plays the ball back, and again, it's competed for, but that should be a Newcastle ball.
Away, man.
Away! Come on! Tonali there gets, he's saying he kicked it forward, and it's deflected. From Siddiqui out.
And he got Eddie House man like chips now.
Oh,
Cheesy
honest
chips.
to God.
He hugged Eddie Howe, the Macam player.
Mandava with the ball with a throw in. 15 yards inside the Macam half. Clear from Alanga, but again, it's straight to a red and white shirt. I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm bloody colourblind here. Ball comes to Talby down this left-hand side. Again, stood up. And it's beaten Malik Chow. He hasn't beaten the two of them, so Bruno picks the ball up deep in that corner.
Lovely.
Plays a nice little dink back. Again, nice play in these triangles here.
What's
from
Langa going to do now?
Down that right-hand side. Langa again gives it to red and white.
Eddie. Everybody was proper passing, back flicks and all that. Give it to Elanga, and he knocked it.
Unreal. Zaka now picks the ball up. It's awful. Every time he gets the ball, you know where it's going to go. It's just, I don't want the ball syndrome.
But you know what's crazy? It's not like these are challenged. He's challenged when he's making these passes in Langa, which could be an excuse for him. But it's just that he can't think he can't think if it's pressure. That's the problem. So it's not his thing. I mean, if he's pressured, he can't think. He can't make the right pass. So
who was it who did the fancy back heel? The City player who did the fancy back heel centre to Foden on Saturday?
Turkey.
Right. Yeah. Well, did you see the Sunderland attempt at that there?
Yeah, it didn't work, did it? Yeah.
He says, I've seen Turkey do this.
Yeah, I'll have a go at that. It's easy.
There we go.
Anything Turkey can do. Ball down that right-hand side. Again, it's not a great ball from Hall, to be fair.
I tell you what, Bailey has been foot perfect today.
Well,
Machiavelli's not done himself.
About that, man.
He's committed himself forward. Tino now down this right hand side up to Alanga. Where's he going to go? He toe pokes it forward to Bruno.
Yeah, he told you.
He doesn't get it to a blue shirt.
I saw that too. I was like, when a Baron is trying to play football, when a Baron is playing football, man, and you teach him, you can't just put a toe on. You got to put, open your foot and pass the ball like that.
Play with some intent.
He just punted
Ramsdale. Yeah. Back to Burn out to Hall. Opportunity to play inside if he wants to. He gives it to Dan Burn. Bruno's available. He's come deep, Bruno, to pick this ball up deep into that 6 roll. He's got Chow on the right-hand side. Chow now on the halfway line. Chow goes again, looking for that ball on the inside right, but this time not the right pass, and it's straight through to Rolfs in goal for Sunderland.
But it actually, when you think about the way we've lined up, it should have been the right pass, because Alanga should have been there and he should have been using his pace to get onto that ball.
Yeah, ball given away by Sunderland. Toon Army now.
And Eddie's got to start seeing this.
To the right-hand side.
Yes,
to
Alanga again. Now. Go on. Well,
tries to push it
At least he tried.
Yeah, he tried to push it past.
We get the through.
He's tried passing all game too, but he hasn't been successful at it. So what are you on about?
Tonali gives the ball to Chow. Back to Tonali. Again, camped inside now. The Sunderland half, which is where I want to see him play. Bruno. Goes back to Chow.
Oh, yeah, we got
Dan Burn.
Tappy pendulum.
Hall. Got goal on the outside. Gordon now going backwards towards the halfway line. He gets tackled. Dan Burn's going to flip himself.
Just like Ilanga. That's a foot right into the sternum. Be careful. Be careful.
Oh,
Mr. Brobby. No, it's not.
I don't know, man. That's a foot right. Let me see. Mr. Macam. Right into. Oh, that's a knee right into the esophagus. Oh, Dan Burn. Look at that. That's it. Oh, man.
Right into the solar plexus.
Well, right
like
into the
God
sternum,
almighty.
I thought.
Yeah, that's a solar plexus.
God almighty.
If you want to knock the wind out of somebody, that's the way they did them. Oh, that's going to hurt, I'll tell you now.
Ouch.
That is going to hurt.
Oof. It's not going to be a red because, he pulled his legs and it's momentum.
I mean, it's a coming together, to be fair. And he did try and pull his legs out the way, and it's momentum that gets.
Was real late.
Like I say, this is that tricky thing now because, like I say, that does knock the wind out of you.
By the way, before that, Gordon losing the ball when pressured, just like Ilanga, by the way. Exact the same. Just letting you know. So, we have no personal agendas.
Can we get off the negative, man?
What negative?
Just get off the negative.
Oh, so you can criticize Ilanga, and there's no get off the negative then, but when it comes to Gordon, you shout. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
We've not had any output from any width, to be fair. None whatsoever.
There you go. Hey, man, I don't want to see Jermaine Defoe, man. Get him out of there. Looking like a pastor over there. Looking like he came out of the... Look, he got the collar on like a Catholic priest, man. Come on, man.
Is that Devlin to the side of it?
I don't know who that is, but
it is, isn't it? It's Devlin.
Hey, you better hope he didn't break a rib or something.
That's what I'm saying. That was higher up in the solar plexus, I know.
It's like I say, when you get a smack there though, like I say, it's the worst pain.
There's Fab warming up for you, Becca.
There's Fab warming. No, that was not Becca. Christina. She wanted the phone. She wanted the contact information. There you go. Loosen the ball like a numbty, and then boom, and Burn. And you can see he put Burn in that predicament too, man. And I'm not gonna lie though, that's solid as it's gonna be, man. That's as solid as it's gonna be. I mean, poor Dan Burman.
Like I say, that takes the wind completely.
You don't want to come off, but I think he's gonna have to.
He's just got to get some wind back in them lungs. He won't come off. Just takes the wind out of your sails for a bit. That does. But again, he's got to have a bit of protection for a bit now, because, like I say, that'll be sore, and it'll take a good 5 or 10 minutes for that to recover.
Oof.
Renee Talek, every time I come on the channel, all I hear is negativity and missing. Time to find some positive channel that actually supports the players.
Ball over the top there.
You find balance here, mate. You're never going to find it on another channel. Reynaldo. That's the Timo Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Oh, man, he looks knackered, though, man. Dan
Burn. I thought Michele was going to get on a yellow card there, but the referee's been quite lenient, to be fair. He just sees it as a coming together.
I mean,
and Burn back on the field of play.
If it happens to be that he's got a broken rib and he plays, man, that's going to take some balls to do that, because you cannot fake that.
No, he ain't got a broken rib. He wouldn't be able to breathe. Every time he breathes in, it would have been too uncomfortable.
I don't know who it was, but I've known...
No, they're having a good Bruno.
Yeah, Mandava. Look at that.
Straight in the back, man.
That's a yellow card, by the way. That's a yellow card, man.
Yeah, Mandava there, just going straight through the back of him.
I mean, no pretense or anything, just bad.
No. It does make you wonder, why do people put their first names on shirts? Because it's blooming confusing.
I
Number 17.
It's because the surname, wherever they come from, is very, very common.
Common, yeah, possibly. Ball into the box from Bruno, whipped into that back stick. It's headed clear, though.
I feel like Gordon should have been there, man.
From Siddiqui. Hall for the throw. Again, Gordon with his lovely hairdo and hairband, keeping it out of his eyes. Hall now just drawing the ball on his shirt, just trying to get a little bit of whip on that ball.
His chest.
Alderete, be careful. Alderete is a dodgy player, man.
Yeah. Ball headed out again, back to Hall. Hall with the ball into the box.
Great cross.
It's cleared again. Yeah, up to Brobby. They've got a chance of a little bit of a break here. Nice ball back to Brobby, though.
There you go. Well done, Miley.
Well done, Miley, I'm sorry. Tonali. Miley.
Oh, wait a minute.
Miley gets a toe forward, trying to get it forward. And again, Mr. Banks says, play on, giving it back to Sunderland. And Mackham's now driving down that right-hand side. Gives the ball back to Traore. Traore now steps inside. Plays the ball out to Brobby. Leaves that one. And again, Faye trying to get on something with that one.
Burns' arms went up. He's knackered.
Yeah.
I think he's knackered. He broke a rib, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Can't breathe.
Okay, hell, man.
Can't breathe.
I'm not gonna lie, man. He can't. Come on, man. You gotta stop the game right now, man.
He's asking him to get changed, so...
If they score in this one,
he should be down, though. He should be down. He should be saying to the ref, I've got something wrong, with
I can't
breathe. Get down. Just put your
get
butt
down
on
right
the
there.
floor.
Gotta get down.
There you go.
I mean,
that's what you've got to do.
One thing I will say, man, we must have broken a rib because he's not coming off. Burn is not coming off for less. And that should be. Was that a yellow on that player?
Yeah. I mean, you would have to ask the question. It's a coming together. Was it intent? Well, momentum brings it together.
That's why I don't think it was a red.
No, I don't even think it was a yellow.
There was it was a yellow because
one thing. A round of applause for Dan Burn because he wouldn't have not came out of this game if it wasn't for something extreme.
Yeah. He's struggling there to even get a breath. You see.
This will be interesting if Botman suddenly gets fit.
No, Shar. Well, Shar's
I know Shar's going to go on now, but it'd be interesting to see if Botman suddenly becomes fit now.
Yeah.
Dan Burn. Just to clarify, people are only listening. Burn had a massive collision with a Mackham, and he can't breathe basically. So.
Yeah. So I said 5 or 10 minutes, you're usually fine. I would have thought if he'd have broke a rib, you'd have known straight away. Like I say, every time you breathe in, it's like somebody stabbing Ramsdale with that ball plucked out of the air from Xhaka there. So throws it out towards Tino. Tino lets it run. And again, it goes up towards Tonali, who does well, brings the ball back inside. Bruno now gets hold of the ball, goes right to left-hand side. But again, there's a little bit of a late challenge there. And again, Brobry's gone down holding something. I don't know what happened to him. Miley inside. Tonali now. Everybody's holding their hands up, wanting the referee to stop this, but the referee won't stop it because...
Come on now, Alanga.
Doesn't have to. Alanga now on this right-hand side goes towards the byline, but again, shows far too much to Mandava as he pulled a groin. Mr. Brobry. Running back there to try and get that ball. Oh, he gets a kick in the nuts.
He runs into Bruno's foot.
Yeah, he runs into Bruno's foot, indeed. Kick into the nether region.
The weather,
not intentional.
The wedding tackle takes a beating.
Not intentional. Tino now with the throw in. And goes short this time. Bruno gives it back to Tino. Tino delivers it into the box. It's high and wide, and again it's just well defended from Sunderland, to be fair, and it's easy for Oafs just to pick that ball up. Rolls it out to Ballard, right side of the penalty area.
I think Burn coming off now. It's a drop off with Shar in. I like Shar though, but I think you were losing something here.
We could be gaining something now because at least now we've got somebody who can pass a ball and shoot. So I think it's a mixture of both. It's whether we can still compete well in the air. That's the only thing. Lewis Hall there with a header. But yeah, for me, you've got two players now that can score goals from that back line more frequently than Dan Burn does. And that's something that he gives you extra. Whether you... I say a bit of a foot follow through there from... Yeah, Brobry.
Wouldn't have been a second yellow. No.
That would have been a yellow if the referee had seen that.
Oh wait.
The referee let play go on, and that's the frustrating thing, because that again, it's late. If you like, the ball had gone, and he steps right across his foot there and his ankle on Miley. Xhaka, Michele down the line, and we've got. A little bit of a change because Lafay now has gone out to that right-hand side and Traore seems to be playing more inside, back with Xhaka. Again, lots of movement, fluidity from Sunderland, from the Mackhams. And this is something that we don't see enough of from Newcastle.
Be careful.
Oh, there's a chance at the back post, but it's headed over from Ballard, who snuck in there to the back stick. It was a good spot from Xhaka. Again, nobody close to him. He's got time to whip that ball to that back stick. And his header goes over the bar. And I'm sure there's nobody who wants to score more than he does today. And that's what the quality that Xhaka gives you, isn't it? You give him that amount of space. 2 goals in 13 appearances for Ballard this season. Ball along the floor this time. To Chow, who's gone to that left of centre. Plays the ball square to Sharp, who goes safe and gives it all the way back to Ramsdale. Into the last 3 minutes of stoppage time in quite a dull first half, if I'm honest with you. Tonali.
Yeah.
Out to Shaw. Shaw goes ball over the top, but again, it's too straight and too easy for Rofes, who claims that ball on the edge of the box. Again, Gordon trying to get something from Makieli, but again, the ball's given to Siddiqui. Down this line now to Mandava. Mandava down the line, trying to find Talbi going forward, but again, ball's given away. Back to Newcastle now. Elanga, who looks like he was going to run into traffic, but again,
as well there.
Yeah, T now into Tonali, back with Ramsdale. Ramsdale now out to Hall, who's got a bit of space now if he goes and commits that player. Zaka's had to come out the middle field, and now it's down the line to Anthony Gordon. Gordon trying to get down the ball line.
That is
and another one who again, who just goes and kicks the ball out of play for a goal kick. Again, trying to be too quick for his own good. Not great for this first half action for the two wingers of Newcastle United. Both coaches writing in their notebook, ready for the half-time conversations with the lads.
Matt, though, thinking, are we going to serve fish and chips at the new eatery or not? He's thinking, like, man, should we put the... Hey, if you do, though, put some honey mustard in there. You got to have some honey mustard.
Ball over the top again. It's headed by Chow. Back in by Lefay into the mix-up. But again, it's all the way back to Rofes from Ballard. Rofes just clears the ball down towards the halfway line. It's flicked on.
What sort of half-hearted jump was that from?
It wasn't, was it? Ramsdale. Chow. I mean, to be fair, you have to say, if I'm honest with you, Win, what type of half-time are we going to have? Because it's been half-hearted from a majority of players in blue shirts the first half. It's not been really getting at them at all. And again, is it just to try and spoil it for Sunderland? Just putting pressure on themselves for me. Xhaka. Again now with Siddiqui. Xhaka plays the ball inside. A great little ball inside again. And you've got the Mandava, who's come from that left-back position, playing now more inside into that 10 zone. So again, lots of movement from the Mackhams. Xhaka plays the ball outside to Traore. Again on that diagonal run. Traore touching the line now. Ball back. Again, Sunderland just making movement, and none of the Newcastle players really picking anything up. But it's half-time,
There you go.
Sunderland 0, Newcastle 0 at half-time here. Again, not a great showing for this first half. Let's see what can happen in the second. Boys, I'm just going to disappear to get a drink.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, it is halftime, ladies and gents. Don't forget to smash the like button. This is NUFC Talk, and we are live with the Derby, the Northeast Derby, ladies and gents, where Denburn walking off is really the biggest highlight of the game, really, as far as a talking point. Massive deal, in my opinion. I don't know about Fabian Schär, but either way, I don't know, Wayne. It's a bit of a...
It's been poor.
It's been poor.
However, they haven't had a shot on target for all of the possession. And by the way, the possession went from 78%.
Well,
by half time. By the time it's even up now, it's 58-41 now. So we're getting back in. We're sitting back. And by the way, Newcastle's best results come when we are worse off in possession. But I'm still not happy. When I saw the lineup, I thought Gordon and Elanga were going for high press, and we have done anything but. So to me, if you're not going to play high press, then I agree with you. You might as well have Murphy and Barnes in instead of Gordon and Elanga.
You got to play for Baltimore. That's the thing. You've got to if you want to score. If you want to win.
Well, again, Baltimore hasn't been great.
Well, Demara is a striker, man. He needs to score, and he hasn't been fed a damn ball all game. to score. So that's really what he should be judged on. So if you want to be strict, he missed a pass at the beginning, but it's hard for him to know that Gordon was making that run.
No, he missed
with his
a few.
back to turn on. And so I'm not going to criticize a striker on the job he's supposed to be doing is striking, and we don't create enough for him. The wingers should be doing that job. Both have been draws. So hopefully we'll learn. Still got a lot of time. 45 minutes.
Plenty time.
You can be hopeful that they're going to learn, but can we be hopeful that Eddie Howe is going to learn and going to make an adjustment? As you were calling already in the first half to get. I mean, you guys obviously you were calling for Elanga to be subbed up.
I've said a million times. I'm waiting for the day when Eddie is proactive, and it was apparent after 20 minutes, 25 minutes, half an hour, that it wasn't working.
Yeah.
So change it then. To be proactive. And that's a disappointment, yeah, without a doubt, it's a disappointment.
Well, we need to do better. We need to be.
The bottom line is, and you say the result's not everything. The result is everything. So let's see what happens after. Let's see where we are after 90 minutes. But as for all the super negativity in the chat, it's.
Well, they ain't got nothing to do with me, man. That's people having their opinion. That's
yeah.
And not up to you or me. It's just people saying whatever they need to say. Then you can also question where's the happy clappers? Why are they not happy clapping? Because there's only Christina there.
Well, because there's not a lot of happy clap about, to be fair.
Well, there you go then. So why
our fullbacks have not been present, so the wingers won't be involved. We are sitting back. We need to bring it to them. I think this may have been the game plan to let them overwork. Well, that's one way of looking at it. I hope you're right. Let them burn themselves out.
But we're going to be looking at the highlights in a minute. Right now, ladies and gents, Crystal Palace losing 1-0 to Manchester City. Forest beating 1-0, beating Spurs 1-0. West Ham 2-1 to Aston Villa right now, beating Villa at
every result is going our way.
So for us to beat the Mackhams, so we got to get it done. The big question will be is what's his name? Wissa going to come on. We're going to look at the highlights real quick right now and go over them. It's been a high intensity, a lot of intensity. The referee, of course, pausing the game a few minutes, and we just been it's kind of the same story of all season. Right here, we lose the ball, and of course that tackle, very, very bad, sending Dan Burn out of the game. I mean, both knees right into the sternum. I mean,
and the ball when they make contact, the ball is like 20 yards away. Dan Burn's already cleared the ball, and he just goes through him like a bulldozer. Through him like a J7.
And this right here,
and that's
clearly
that's a stamp on the foot, right, and never even got.
You cannot do that, man. You can't allow that in the Premier League, man. You cannot allow that. The referee's got to look at that yellow, because that right there, say he commits a foul later in the game, then that matters. That's a clear and evident foul. That matters. So you got to be better at that. And VAR should say, look, by the way, somebody got stepped on the shoe. We go take a look at it real quick. That's why this only called the referee on the red card, possible red card. That could have been actually argued as a red card, to be honest with you. His whole foot landing right into the lower part of the leg and the foot. Come on, man. The referee's got to do better.
Good old Bokey, man.
Bokey in the house with the super chat. We still got this. Don't worry. Come on, the Mags. There you go, man. We still got a lot of time for Eddie Howe to make adjustments. As you were calling it, rightly so.
We've got James Cuff saying, I'm not happy clapping in the chat because I can't be arsed arguing with opinions that can't look at the actual reality of the game. And a typical of one of them, Turbrugs, I don't know. Dear God, we should rethink supporting Newcastle until we get a proper manager. Shut up, man.
Well, that is a bit.
If you want to rethink supporting Newcastle, rethink and go and support somebody else instead of sitting here criticising the Toon constantly.
Well, we can criticize the gameplay, of course. Some people go overboard. I mean, that's just the way they want to think, I guess, and nothing we can do about it. So that's a fair point. But we know that there's a lot of Eddie Howe in-game management is going to be put to test and see what he can do. Hopefully, he will do the right thing. I don't know. I mean, you were calling for Elanga to be subbed out. So, you know,
Indeed I was.
Is Eddie Howe going to do that? By the way, he's playing the same as Gordon. So you didn't call for Gordon to get subbed out. So that's just your agenda right there. But I think both have been bad players.
Hang on. What have I just said?
Did you call Gordon to get subbed out?
What I just said, Murphy and Barnes on for Gordon and Elanga.
Okay, there you go. So I missed that. So because I'm usually not used to critical thinking from you. So the fact that you came up with that, I will shake your hand and say that both. But he's not going to do that, though. We know that. Well, let's be realistic.
But by the way, they're just showing that foul on Maley again. And
I told you, man.
What a game he's had.
He's had a decent game.
Man of the match for me so far.
If you think about it, to me, Bruno and Tonali both about the same, stale a little bit. So you can't take them out. Obviously, you're not going to take them out, and I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't want that either. But it just shows that the Mackhams are doing their part as well. You know, they're not letting us play. As soon as the main guys get the ball, they're right at them. So trying to play.
We aren't doing ourselves any favors because yet again, we can't keep the ball and pass the ball. There's no options. A couple of times, Hall passed a great ball up the wing, expecting Gordon to be up there running onto it. Livramento put a ball through, expecting Elanga to be up there somewhere, and they're not. And what's the point of starting those if you're not going to play them?
Well, that's exactly. I think we're in agreement. That's exactly the point. If you're not going to be direct and run and do something with the ball, pass it, cross it to Waldemar, then having those wingers is irrelevant. Because the way we're playing, where you need thinkers, Elanga's not a thinker, unfortunately. He's not. And you can kind of argue about Gordon as well.
I don't even know you need thinkers per se.
No, you do win because what I'm saying, you need thinkers, man. Because when they get the ball, you need them to react quickly and actually make the right pass in a short amount of time. Elanga's not going to be that. You can think that Barnes is going to do that. I'm not sure that, by the way, on Elanga's favor, I'm not sure that Murphy will do any different, to be honest. Because you know,
I'd be tempted to take the two wingers off and put Barnes and Wissa on.
Well, Wissa, yeah, I would put Barnes and Wissa on. I because you gotta at some point Wissa has to just be put, man. He's not a Baron. You don't need to sugarcoat him into the game.
Exactly.
Just put him on. Just put him on. Put him on. At some point he's gonna have to get some minutes, man. We need to see some change. As you said, the results are going for us. But what if Eddie Howe is saying 0-0 ain't bad? A point away in the Premier League. You know, they got the same.
Point away in the Premier League's a good
there you go,
point,
the same old excuses.
I will always stand by that.
There you go. So you can't win if you draw every game away. By the way, you can't get to the Champions League. So just letting you know that you're gonna have to win at some point. We only got one win away.
Twice.
We only got one win. We only got one win away this season. You know, we had to perform. And by the way, even if you win a draw 0-0, sitting back like we did in the first half ain't gonna get it done. Because even Jehovah's Witnesses, when they knock on the door, they bound to lend one. Somebody open the door at some point. So they're about to find. I'm telling you, man. They keep knocking on the door. The door might open at some point, and you don't want that.
Knocking on the door. They never had a shot on target yet.
They got the ball, man. They got the ball. I'm telling you, they got the ball. If they got the ball, that means we ain't got it. That means we ain't got no chance of controlling the game whatsoever. So
I agree with that.
I mean, when you look at the expected goals, I mean, you know, we've got 0.02, which means that like even the one shot that we've had that was on target was so difficult to score from, it wasn't really going to count. And they've only got 0.11 for all the possession that they've had. So it just goes to prove that possession doesn't give you results. But what it does do, and again, we keep talking about it, it's the way they move. We look too static. We look too frightened to actually commit bodies into space. And every time we've got into a final third, how many times have we seen players trying to break from a deep position like they have? I mean, some of their fullbacks, you've seen the left winger go over to the right-hand side to overload the right-hand side to put pressure on Hall. It's stopping Lewis Hall moving forward to support any runs with Anthony Gordon. So Anthony Gordon is one-on-one at the minute. And for me, that is where we are failing. We're failing as a unit rather than individuals. Because unfortunately, what it does do when you're failing as a unit is it highlights individuals how poor they are. And when you've got somebody like Elanga who feels like a rabbit in headlights at the moment, and I said it, I hope to God he starts to show some form. But again, he looks like he's faltering at the hurdle. He can't control the ball. It looks like every time he's pressed, they've gone. And I must admit, this present moment in time, there does only look like one team going to win this game because of the way they're playing. It's the movement, the momentum that they're creating. They're causing Newcastle so much trouble in that final third because of people gambling. We don't gamble enough for me. We're too static. We've seen some nice balls down the right-hand side for Tino, who seems to be the only one who's willing to break lines and try and force play, because obviously they've got that Mandava guy who plays from that left back, who likes to go down the line, who likes to create that overload. So he's utilising that space and he's trying to force them back. He's gambling. We need to see more gambles made from some of our better players in the final third. Because unless you do that and commit players forward, you're never going to get opportunities.
The thing is, I don't think you gotta admit, when you're looking at it, the Maccabees are not letting us have the ball too much, and unfortunately, when that happens right there, that's just proof right there. As soon as we try to get it, they're tactically fouling. This one is unbelievable, right into the sternum. And this one right here should have been looked at as a red card, to be honest. I mean, that's an orange if you don't want to put a red on it. But
even you see him put his foot when he sees he's on his foot. You see him deliberately put his foot on it.
That was an orange card, man, at least. So I mean, but again, that's just a product of what they're doing, which is as soon as we get the ball, boom, they're right on it, and not giving us time to think. So it's going to be interesting what Eddie Howe is going to do in the second half. But then again, he could be looking at this and saying, "Look, we're just going to maintain the score. It is what it is." And you can argue or not, or happy or not happy with that. There are pragmatic managers that just go for the draw, and that's up to everybody's liking. So, what you like or what you don't like.
But for me, this just doesn't feel like a derby. There's no attitude. There's no mentality of a derby day for me. And again, is this Newcastle's tactic to spoil the occasion, if you like? And unfortunately, with that in hand, he's spoiling the viewing of the game, because, like I say, the amount of pressure that's on this game is for all of us. It's not just them playing; it's every single player, every single person that supports either side, Tyne or Weir. And like I say, for me, it's just a spoiling mentality. And what we've got to do is show a little bit of class, because we have got class. We just seem too frightened to commit the bodies into the right spaces. At the minute, like I say, even though the mid three have done okay, not really any of them have committed their bodies forward. They just seem literally in a line. And like I say, it's too static for me. You're reliant on two wingers who are, at best, in and out of performances. Elanga's not shown anything all season, so what are you expecting from him? On the left-hand side with Anthony Gordon, again, to me, he looks like a player that wants out. He doesn't want to play for Newcastle. He wants to play for the Red of Liverpool. That's how I feel it.
It seems like there are no changes. Elanga back on the pitch, Gordon back on the pitch, Walter, of course, and everybody else. A little bit of an update, a late update, but exclusive update, says Jamie. Bumped into Dave Byrne, Dan Byrne's father, and he said, Man United, my God, Newcastle United's bus was an hour and a half late, hopefully on purpose and not delayed in a way that it affects them. Said, but of course, the match is already ongoing, but interesting to say the least. Dave Byrne going on the bus with the rest of the fans, man. Highway, man. Should have been in, well, I mean, can't drive over there, I don't think so, as far as being an away fan, so there you go. Mighty Win would love to meet Dave Byrne. Tell Dave Byrne to come on, Jamie.
Would indeed.
And face the music.
Ain't no music to face ya, bunny lad.
Anyway, we're on the verge of kicking off again. Sunderland now kicking left to right at the Stadium of Blight. Corky, that ball's not even on the halfway line. Look at that. That's taking it to the next extreme. Sadiki now with a kickoff all the way back to Rofe. Seems to be the new setup now, doesn't it? And then goes forward, long ball over the top. And again, contested by Malik Chow. It's fallen to Sunderland now on this right-hand side. Again, back from Traore to Zaki, back to Traore, out of his feet though. Again, running towards Lewis Hall and Byrne. He gets to the byline and he gets a ball into the 6-yard box, which is cleared for a throw-in from Malik Chow. Again, nobody pressing, you know what I mean? There's no commitment to the cause there, is there? You know, they're just standing off him and allowing him to run to the byline and getting a ball into the box. Can't do that. You've got to actually get into them. That is criminal. Throw into Sunderland, deep in the Newcastle half on this right-hand side. Ball comes in. Again, it's headed clear by Chow.
Gordon,
half
come on,
cleared
man.
by Gordon, straight to Zaki though.
You gonna
Back
give
to
the ball right to
Traore,
him?
ball into the box.
Oh, fuck.
And it's own goal.
Own goal.
From Voltamada.
Voltamada.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking hell, man.
That is again. It's the type of occasion that you're going to get something
Set
like that.
piece.
It's mentality, mate. It's mentality.
Well, I tell you what, both from the
half-hearted from the outset.
From the kick-off when they hoofed it up and got the drop and got the attack going, and then that long throw in. There's nobody telling me that if Dan Byrne had been in the middle, they would have either one of those.
But that's speculating, man.
It's
This numpty.
hypothetical,
What the
isn't it,
heck
you
is
know?
Gordon doing there, man?
The ball. It's a simple ball, though. I mean, that's you know what are you doing there, though? Heading it back towards your own goal. Look at that. He's stretching for the ball. Is there no communication?
Well, he's not. He barely reaches for the ball, and he can't put a direction on it. But it's a bad headed anyway. But I mean, it's an overall disaster, man. From point A to point B. Fucking hell, man! This is
Well, I hope it kicks them now. I hope it kicks them because that's something that is needed. It's like I said. Sometimes you have to go.
But
negative
again, the problem now is, of course, if we see Eddie suddenly now change the system, change the players.
That's a problem.
That is a problem because it's yet again reaction as opposed to proaction.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's got me. I'm serious, man. That's got me knackered, man.
I mean, it's criminal the way it started, though, Chris. That to me, it's like I said, half-hearted from Hall, Gordon, allowing him to run at you. You know, you've got to get in. You've got to get stuck into that corner and really throw yourself in there. And yeah, if you commit a foul, you commit a foul. But it's showing the cause. At the minute, they're scared. They look scared to actually challenge. It's ridiculous. Anyway, ball back with Sunderland. Yeah, the Mackhams are going to be loving this because it's going to be like Voltamada is a Mackham. You can imagine it on social media. It's already been written. Headed by Chow from that long throwing from ball. Again, it ball's out of play for the Newcastle throw, just inside the Sunderland half. Chow goes square to Shaw, who again got space now to play the ball. It looks like Mackhams are on the half press when certain individuals get it. Shaw looks to go long across and to bring Alanga in, but again the ball is just. It's again, you know, it's one of them balls it needs to be angled more into the corner, but again the swerve of the ball just brings it into Rife's arms. It's poor play. Rife drops the ball, and again he's just trying to say to Voltamada, come and get it if you can. There's a pass out all the time, the way Sunderland are playing, and again Rife goes long. And again, Chow manages to get on top of that one with Traore, and it goes out of play. They are certainly putting us to the test today, the Mackhams.
Man, oh man, my oh my.
Again, it's all about movement, and there seems to be a lot more movement from the red and white shirts than there is the blue shirts. Again, Xhaka plays it forward and gets the ball back. Again, this time you've got Mandava down that left-hand side, again being that extra body. And again, look at this lad here. Sadiki. He's the one who's playing at number 6, and yet he seems to be number 10. He seems to be left winger. He's controlling everything in that midfield. He's just saying to Xhaka, I trust you to play in the hole. let me just run forward. Him and Talby played in front of Xhaka. Is just showing Newcastle how to play football from in midfield, because they're going left, they're going forward, they're going right. Newcastle just can't seem to get out. Throw into the Mackhams then. Again, thrown into the box. Chow heads it back out to where it come from. Opportunity to get it back into the box. There's a chance here for a shot on goal. Comes more central. Plays it back out to Siddiqui. Out now to Talby. Talby puts the ball into the box. It's headed clear by Chow again.
Are you fucking kidding me, man?
Clear. Again, it's all bitty at the moment. Lewis Hall gets
you idiot!
Anthony Gordon just lashes it back into the Mackham half. But again,
what is Anthony Gordon doing? Man? Seriously, has he woken up? It's a fucking derby.
Long ball again up to the front line of Sunderland. Again, it's not headed clear. This time we've got Traore running centrally. Plays the ball into Talby. Talby back out to Xhaka. Xhaka has got so much space to actually utilise the ball. All the blue shirts are backing off him, but he decides just to keep hold of possession. Plays it back to Mandava, who goes back to Anderetti. Into Ballard now. Again, everybody camped into the Newcastle half. Diagonal ball out to that left-hand side. And this time it's Talby down that left-hand side. He beats Tino. Talby comes back to Bolby. And again, he's just miscontrolled, but Bruno picks the ball up, plays it out to Alanga.
Oh,
again, gives the ball straight back to Sunderland. And Saliba blows the ball into the box. Headed clear this time by Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall. Again, it's ball up towards Voltemada, but there's no blue shirts. Even if Voltemada gets the ball, there's no blue shirts to help him. It's straight back into the Newcastle box. It's square. Don't hang on to the ball there. Malik Chow manages from the 6-yard line to squeeze the ball out of play. Traore breathing down him. And it looks like Newcastle let off again. All 6s and 7s at the minute in blue shirts. Nobody running away from that ball.
Clueless.
Absolutely clueless.
Come on, we want some leadership.
Alderweireld on Lewis Hall, having a bit of a tussle there. Long ball in, again thrown into that 6-yard box. It's headed on from Alderweireld, but it's out straight away for a goal kick. Too much sauce on that one. Out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Eddie and Mad Dog on the sideline, literally lost. They are. You can see them. What can we do? And you can see there, just finger pointing. There's no instructions. Long clearance up the field of play. Again, towering above Voltemada there to head that ball clear back to Malik Chow deep in his own half. Back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale again looks up. There's no point in clear. Who's having the ball, lads? You're all running away from the frigging ball. Ball up the line to the halfway line. Oh, to Alanga. And again, Alanga, I don't know what he's trying to do there. He's touched it around, but then Xhaka just clears it for a Newcastle throw-in. We all, again, that ball from Ramsdale, it looked like everybody was waiting for it. It's like nobody committing to the ball. Ball comes back into play with Shaw now. Shaw goes square to Chow.
Just pass the ball.
Chow goes out to Hall. Hall, first touch, gets it out to Gordon. Gordon inside now, leaves it Hall and gives it to Bruno. Bruno now to Miley. Miley to Tonali. Tonali out to Tino Livramento. Elanga now. Tino goes past him. Miley back to Tino into Tonali. Tonali looks up. First time ball, but he doesn't beat the first man. And it's Sunderland who gets the ball back again. Ball through the middle. It's dead easy. The passing lanes are there for everybody to see. And Robbie gets a foul from Chow. Again, just commits him forward, gets it out of his feet, and sees the player coming on. And it's easy then for Mr. Banks to give Sunderland the ball back. Just lost. I mean, look at them. Everybody's just put their arms out. They're all questioning. Look at that. They've only even put the Newcastle flag up there. It's visitors. On the screen. 55th minute, Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0. Shocking. And that's the only word I can say. Clueless. And that's all of them. We can blame Eddie Howe, but they all look absolutely lost. Rabbits in headlights today, boys. Ball headed forward into the box again. And there's a bit of a tug from Shaw on Ballard there. Ballard's put his arms out, and there's a bit of a push and a head coming together there with Ballard and Shaw. But again, I think that was just Ballard. He's never going to get that ball, to be fair. He's throwing himself to the ground.
He's got his arm around Shea.
Well, like I say, it's a coming together. There's nothing there at all, to be fair. Tonali now, deep. Plays the ball centrally. In the midfield, man. Up to Lewis Hall in midfield. I don't mind that. That's what we need, though, Chris. We need to overload in spaces, and we haven't had enough of that. Ball comes back.
Elanga again.
Elanga just...
It's a derby, man! Somebody grow some balls!
Oh, and Tonali gets tugged back there from Lafay.
Oh, hello.
Tonali gets on with the ball.
Is this a bit of urgency coming in now? At last.
We need it. Tonali now picks the ball up, plays the ball square. Shaw just taking his time. There's no press on him. Plays the ball inside to Miley. Miley picks the ball up again. He's got time to play the ball out. Miley now plays the ball to Elanga, gives the ball back.
Totally divided confidence.
Miley now just again looking up and asking for options, and people are just walking around him, boys. Come on. Where's the urgency? Chow, again, movement. Miley makes a move, and that run takes players out of position. It's easy for Elanga to get a touch at it. Ball into the box. It's headed clear, though, by Alderete. Comes the ball again, gets played forward. There's a chance again for an overload on that right-hand side, but two players allow the Sunderland player to pick it up, and it's back with Sunderland. And Alderete now just picks the ball up and plays it forward. Again, just movement from Talby up front. Brobbery, again, crowded out. Look at that. Tonali, just a little touch. Brobbery goes down, and Tonali's going to get a yellow card for that.
Hell, man. I swear to God, this is unbelievable, this one.
It's crazy at the minute.
My Macam daughter-in-law is messaging me. I am not answering.
Here we go.
Thank you.
We got Willock coming on.
Willock
going to go left. Where are we going with Willock? Do you reckon he's coming on? I bet he takes Miley off.
For who?
You watch. He takes Miley off. I bet you. It's the easiest one in the world.
Go on.
Gordon now with a chance down that right side. He's been taken out there. And that's, again, Mandava running from that left-hand side to cover. And I tell you something now, that lad is lucky to be on the pitch. Because he was light there. He challenges, and he's got his arms up saying he never touched him. Anthony Gordon goes to the ground. Yellow card for Ronaldo Mandava. My puppy is causing me havoc, never mind the game. 10 off for 11. So Anthony Gordon comes off. And 11 comes on, Murphy.
Will it on for Elanga, surely.
Barnes is on.
Yes, there's Elanga off.
Elanga off. And that's going to be the third one, I would imagine, coming on. And he's going to take Miley off.
wow.
Now Tonali's off. Tonali off and Willock's
he's got
on.
a yellow.
Yeah. He's going a bit more aggressive now.
Not all.
Fucking hell, come on, man. I don't think it's got nothing to do with that, man.
Ball goes in. And again, Rife comes out right to the edge of the box, and he's just simple. Again, under no challenge. And everybody's questioning Chow now because he bumps into him, knocks him to the floor.
When is Wissa going to come on, man? When is Wissa going to come on? I guarantee you Wissa's going to come with Walter Mattis off. And what's the point in that? We need to score a goal.
See what these two new wingers can do then. See if they can hold on to the ball, because pace certainly hasn't been the answer against these. See if control can be the answer. That's what Newcastle are asking. Rofe goes long. Again, pumps the ball up to that space. A little bit of a headed clearance to the edge of the box by Hall. But again, it's contested down in that right-hand side of the box with Makiele. They're right back on the edge of the box there, look. contesting that ball. It's just a real poor effort. Again, they're committing bodies forward, loads of bodies forward. And Newcastle on the overload seem to struggle to get an answer from this. Chow now picks the ball up on the edge of the box. Again, no options on the left-hand side. Go square. Looking for options on that right-hand side. Shaw now goes back left-hand side.
Forward.
Again, Chow with the options now to move forward. Plays the ball into Hall. Hall up to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes' first touch has to go back to Hall. Again, pressed by Machiavelli down that right-hand side. Back again to the right-hand side with Shaw. Shaw goes on the diagonal, looking for the ball over the top with Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes' first touch is inside. Willock now picks that ball up. Again, Harvey Barnes, though, unfortunately, loses out to Zaka, who plays the ball forward. It only goes to Bruno, though. But Bruno just can't keep hold of the ball. And it's cleared long and down for Ramsdale to try and mop up the ball. He plays it along the floor to Chow on that right-hand side. Chow has got options. Plays it back to Ramsdale on the edge of the box. Looked like he was going to play it into the space there that nobody was vacating. Tino on that right-hand side. Tino now again just puts his foot over the ball. No press from Sunderland, allowing Newcastle to have this ball. Bruno again with some options. Bruno picks the ball up, sees the run of Tino. Murphy had run inside. Tino now got the options down that right-hand side. Plays the ball inside back to Bruno. Bruno with a touch out of his feet. Plays it into the middle with Louis Saul. Hall. Willock. Willock now plays the ball square to Bruno. Bruno's got the option to have a go, but he can't. Will he? He does, but it's light. There's no power on it, and it's straight into the arms of Roof.
At least it's on target.
Again, you can see him. He was thinking about it. He contemplated. He made himself go wider. And that was his downfall, if I'm honest with you, because the angle was, again, narrowing all the time he had the ball. Again, Talby with the ball. He tries to play the ball into the open space, but it was a poor ball. And Tino is able to take it all the way back. And again, Lafie can see the efforts from that Talby boy on that right-hand side now. On the left-hand side, he's moving. They're all swapping places, like I say, the Mackhams, and it's causing confusion for Newcastle. Something that we don't see enough of from Newcastle, if I'm honest with you. Starting to see it in the last 5 minutes, but is it too little too late? This momentum shift. Only time will tell. Back with Shaw now on the halfway line. Shaw plays the ball inside to Bruno. Bruno just inside the Mackham half. Again, no press from the Mackhams. Plays it out to Barnes. Barnes now looks up, plays the ball into the box, that back stick, but again, too much sauce on it, and the curl just takes it into Roof's arms. Again, he's looking for options, and Mackhams are just taking the time now. Referee has his fingers in the air, telling him how long he's got. I don't think we've won a ball. Oh, there you go. Shaw wins that one up against Brobbery. But he seems to have out-muscled us all day at Brobbery up top. Ball again hit long down to that left-hand side. Tino this time underneath it. Gets a touch on it. Plays the ball up towards Voltamada again. Little touch over the top from Siddiqui, who's been by far their better player, Siddiqui.
Great tackle.
Yeah, good tackle there from, is that Shaw?
No, it was Miley.
Falls to Miley. Miley there picks the ball up. Again on that right-hand side. Was it Bruno? There you go. Bruno now on the halfway line. Plays the ball outside. Looking to get something going. Miley comes back inside. Miley's got options. Plays its ball back to Shaw, who plays the ball onto the halfway line to Chow. Chow now again. All of the Mackhams deep in their own half, just allowing Newcastle to pick up some momentum. Bruno in the halfway line. Plays the ball through the middle, but just in front of Murphy. Again, I'm not sure Murphy really expected that one.
No, again. But the other balls were won. Those incisive balls are exactly what we've been missing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Instead of tippy-tappy.
Yeah, we've been far too wide through this game in the first half. Not enough runs from that outside to in to cause concern. Shaw now picks the ball up, gives it to Bruno. Again, half-hearted attempt there. Good ball out to Tino now from Bruno. Inside to Murphy. Murphy's got the chance here, but Barnes tries to play in Willock, who gets that ball back. Come on, Willock, come to the ball, man! It's better. Yeah, Alderete there just clearing the ball. It looked like Barnes has stopped and the ball was in front of him, and he's half-hearted to a degree. Needed a bit more commitment to the cause. Ball's into Bruno now in the centre, goes back out to Tino. Tino picks the ball up, gives it back into Bruno. Bruno now going out right-hand side. Plays it into Willock. Willock's got an opportunity to give it to Chow. Chow's inside. He's got a space if he wants to utilise it. Out to Hall now, who's pushed high on this left-hand side. It's what we wanted to see more of. Bruno now. Newcastle really pushing the Mackems back. Ball into the box from Murphy to the back stick, but it's too close to Rofs, and that's easily claimed in the 6-yard box. Zaka now picked up that ball out from Rofs in goal. Plays it out there to Mandava on that left-hand side. Mandava just dinks the ball forward to Brobbery, who again he's backing against Shaw. The ball's come for Talby. Talby now playing against, he's just a fighter. This guy, this Brobbery. No quality, but you can see why he's on the field. He certainly causes havoc against the two. Willock now with the ball just inside the Mackem half. Willock picks the ball up, plays the ball inside to Bruno. 5-yard pass. Bruno sees the option to go to Tino on that right-hand side. Tino now, great first touch. He's got Talby on the front of him now. Plays the ball back into Bruno. Bruno again got an option. Again, he's trying to squeeze the ball down to Murphy, but it's picked up from Talby, and it's just cleared, giving the ball back to Newcastle. Better this last 5 minutes from Newcastle. Much better play.
And Sunderland are starting to get nervous now.
Yeah, gives the ball to.
Notice the
Cher,
press is gone.
Yeah, but again, they've it's up to us to create something.
Yeah.
Maybe they've seen that we struggle to create, and they're happy for us to have the ball. Let's see what happens. Barnes now on this left-hand side. Barnes again drops his shoulder, gets a good ball into the box. Up in the air, it comes to the end of the box. Can Bruno get it under control? Bruno with a shot. But again, it's not far enough wide of Rofs, who manages to get his hands to it. Better though.
It is on target though, and had a bit more venom in it.
Should have gone for the other post, wouldn't it? Seemed like it was wide open.
Well, he couldn't when he was turning that way.
Oh, you can.
Bruno with 5 goals in midfield. Again, Brobbery goes to ground under a challenge, but the referee says, jockey, carry on. Murphy now plays the ball. Gets the ball inside. He's running, got a bit of space for him, Murphy. Plays the ball behind Hall, but it's come to Barnes. Barnes now picks the ball on the corner. Comes onto his right foot, playing inside. Barnes has got the opportunity now to play in Shaw. Shaw, get it out of your feet. He has a shot. It's headed clear and out for a corner to Newcastle.
Come on, Toon. We're building up the kettle's boiling. The rescue dog is out the fridge.
That was a good shot, that going in. Looks like it was going in towards that bottom corner there. Alderete manages to get his head to it and clear the lines. Little Isa ball coming on now for the Mackems, who seems to be their goal scorer, their main boy up top. I would imagine that'll be for Mr. Brobbery. Outswinger from Bruno. Ball comes into the edge of the box. It's headed cleared again by Siddiqui. Ball goes into Miley. Miley now again has to back to goal. He turns, got time to turn and deliver the ball into the box to the back stick, looking for Shaw, but again it's headed cleared and another corner by Traore to Newcastle.
Come on, this is better.
Miley coming across to throw this one into the mixer. 79th minute, guys. Sunderland still 1-0 to the good at the Stadium of Plight. Can we crawl this one back? It's looking better in the last 10 minutes. Newcastle need to get something on goal, though. A little bit more pace. Need to start putting this Rofs guy under a little bit more pressure than this. Again, ball, all the players come to that front post, but again, it's easy for Rofs to see that in the back of the 6-yard box, and he plucks it out of the air. He's under no pressure today, this keeper. And that's the only disappointment, if I'm honest with you. But his throw-in just gives Newcastle the ball back.
Man, you got to put Wissa on, man. I don't understand this. I don't understand it. What else are you waiting on? What game is more important right now?
We see Wissa and Voltemada on the same field.
We're seeing what Sunderland are up to.
You're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it at some point, man. You need to go.
Off.
Well, Isadore is a forward. And Holmes coming on for Traore. So they're just taking two forwards. And
winger for winger.
Yeah, and Isadore is their striker for Mr. Brobbery.
Mr. Robbie.
Well, Hume's more of a defensive-minded player, isn't he? So he'll be more of the guy who will sit in a little bit rather than commit bodies forward. So we'll have to see how that one works now. Where are you, Hume? There you go. Long ball from Ramsdale. Up to the halfway line again. Voltemade got challenged by 2 players. Ball back with Newcastle though, and Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes.
Nicely.
First time, great ball into Willock. Willock now has got an opportunity to get past the one. He does.
Oh, one of his go for it.
But again, you know,
he's
Murphy's coming across.
Look at that. He'd come across.
He's loving this. Every challenge at the minute. Machiavelli there, he's just getting the crowd on their feet. It's just, you know, rubbing salt into this wound because he's running the half yards more, Machiavelli. Putting that effort in before they all go off to the AFCON. Again, forward line there to Isidore, but again, cleared. Only for, again, another Sunderland throw.
Okay.
Throwing down the line to Sunderland. Again, looking for Isidore. Malik Chow with a header. Lewis Hall tries to combat that, but the ball has fallen through to Hume. Hume now drives the ball in towards the box, and it's cleared back to Hume on this right-hand side. Plays the ball back to Machiavelli. Ball back to Xhaka. Hume now into Talby. Talby again just doing that running. Again, just trying to get players out of their line. Newcastle pegged down into this right-hand corner. Again, just dink down the line there from Hume, but it's out of play for the Newcastle throw-in.
There you go.
And here we go.
There he comes.
Wish is coming on.
We'll see what he can do. We don't know, but at least it's another striker.
Here comes the saviour.
But he can't. He know. Be quiet, man. But he can't. Voltemade cannot come off. You cannot do that. You need both threats up there, man.
Over the top, but there's an opportunity here. Oh, there's a shot on. Oh, there you go. Isidore near post, but Ramsdale seen that, and he manages to comfortably block his near post. Great ball from Xhaka again, from Malik Xhaka. It was just quality. Ball over the top of our defensive line, who'd gone flat. Isidore had run off the line. Again, did well to keep that ball under control because the ball had bounced above the height of his hip. Gets his foot over the top of it. But luckily for us, Ramsdale gets his hands to it. Again, 3 corners apiece now. It's the only thing that we're drawing on now. Xhaka with the ball into the box of that back stick. Ramsdale gets his fingers to it. And that's going to come to... Bruno. Trying to be clever there, Bruno. And he's got away with it to a degree. But again, he's only headed it back to Alderete for Sunderland. And they take the easy route and keep the possession. Give it all the way back to the keeper, Rose, who goes long this time. Again, Chow gets a challenge from Isidore. Isidore stronger there from Willock, who manages to get a toe on it and throws it all the way back to the keeper, Ramsdale. Throws it out quickly
back
to Tina. No.
It wasn't an accident. I know that.
Yeah. Shaw. Gives it into...
If it had been the other end, I'd have been screaming for it, I tell you.
I know I would have, but we ain't going to say
I guess nowadays you got to be like a
ball.
deliberate.
Well, it plays a great ball, but again, we haven't got the pace of Voltemade to get behind Ballard.
I don't think it's even pace, man. I think it's too far out, man. Ballard ain't no speed merchant.
No, he ain't. He ain't no speed merchant. You're absolutely right. But we are 75 minutes in, and he's been on his own most of this game up against 2 defenders, Voltemade, and I don't think he's got the energy now to do anything. Again, down this right-hand side, Murphy comes deep, looks up, plays the ball again, looking for something from that forward line. But again, Barnes just puts his hands into the back of Ballard, and it's easy. There you go, Voltemade off. Whisser on. Not going to see the 2 link up again today when we needed it most, I think.
So now, Wayne, I hope you know that this ain't going to happen ever. So I'm just letting you know that. By the way, what a goal.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man.
That is not how you want to see your first.
I hope you realize when you're never going to see Wisse and Voltemade playing with each other ever.
Nonsense.
If you don't see it now, why does he not play them now then you need a goal in a derby?
Who are you going to take off?
Whoever. You need a goal. You need to have those two strikers. If you think they are the best, the combination is key. Why can't he see that? There you go.
Should have seen it earlier on.
Plays the ball to Bruno, who gives it to Chow, who goes square to Ramsdale. Ramsdale looks up, goes square again to Shaw. All the fullbacks now pushing high upfield to try and overload. Shaw sees Tino, but again, the ball's not very good. And it's easy for Sunderland to get that ball out of play with Alderete there. Straight onto the halfway line. And it's a throw into Newcastle. Grimacing there from the boss. He's not happy. 15 minutes of normal play, whatever the Mr. Banks decides to add on. Can't be a lot. There ain't been many stoppages, to be fair. Ramsdale. Bruno again. Just taking it forward. Accompanied by Xhaka, who's keeping man for man with Bruno. Shaw plays the ball into Lewis Hall, who's come inside now. Outside to Bruno again. Bruno now again just comes inside and tries to play it into Lewis Hall's feet. Lewis Hall got the option to give it to Chow. He does. Chow now on the just inside the Newcastle line.
Oh man, give it to Barnes,
Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall this time goes to Barnes. Barnes again played up with Isidore facing him. Gives it back to Willock. Willock to Barnes. Barnes
right.
Now to Chow.
Three
Chow
on the right now.
Shaw.
Go. First time.
We've got to be quick if you're going to go overload. Into Miley into Tino. First time into Bruno. Bruno now gives it back to Murphy. Little dink over the top towards Harvey Barnes. And Ballard sees the danger and has to head it clear. And that's another corner to Newcastle. Come on, that's what we want to see.
Yeah.
Let's start knocking on the door because that's the movement we want to see as well. Well done, boys. Nice little ball in from Murphy there. Bruno out with this corner. Again, everybody's just asking and questioning what's going to happen here. A couple of the big boys on the edge of the D. Ball into the near post. It's committed by Miley, but again, it's headed clear. This could come back to Bruno. First time in, but again, it's poor delivery. From that instep volley, it goes straight over the bar and out for a goal kick to Sunderland. Your thoughts, gentlemen?
We are knackered.
Okay, man.
He said that without moving his lips.
To be fair, the last 10, 15 minutes have been about the best it's been all game.
It's been reactive, man. Reactive once again, man. I mean,
I agree with that.
I just don't understand him. Look at my hair too, man. I'm freaking knackered. Like pulling my hair literally, man.
Roofs with a long clearance just into the Newcastle half. Lewis Hall sees the opportunity to get his foot on it. Whistle with the first touch. Can't control it though. Again, over the top from Chow. Gets hold of the ball. But again, Hume for Sunderland. Gives it back to Xhaka. Goes all the way back to Ballard and then all the way back to Rolfs, who are now just trying to bring the clock down as quick as they can, Sunderland, into Xhaka. Xhaka's got an easy out every ball there to Alderete. Alderete brings the ball forward again, unchallenged from any blue shirt. Back to Siddiqui, who for me has probably been man of the match so far for this game. He's been absolutely outstanding for Mackems in that midfield. Played all over the park.
Bruno G telling me here, Chris, you don't understand what this means. What are you on about, man? I'm the only one here losing my mind over this the performance. While Mighty Win is telling you didn't worry. So what are you on about? I don't know what this means. I clearly know what it means. I'm feeling it. What a rubbish, man.
Bruno, good chance. Oh! Just falls in front of him from Murphy's cross, and it falls safely into the hands of Rolfs. Great ball, deflected, but Wissa didn't give up on it.
If that was Voltemade doing that, boy. Not a proper center forward. Get him out.
Unreal. Long ball forward. Shaw heads the ball into the space. Miley gives it back, and Shaw just makes sure that it's back into the hands of Ramsdale.
Quickly. First time, man, now. Use the ball.
Brings the ball forward. He's got Hall to the left of him. Hall now plays it down to Barnes.
What
who would
the
make the run. And Hall's saying to Barnes, come to me. And Barnes wants it over the top.
Made the run.
Yeah.
Okay, now, man. I mean, I swear, man. I need a shot of arsenic. Anybody selling? I mean, this is unbelievable, this, man.
That is exactly what you want to see, isn't it? Machiavelli with the ball in his hands, and it's like Newcastle committing absolute robbery here. Robbing themselves of results if they carry on playing this way. Ball long. Again, easy for Whom to head that one, but it's safely in the hands there. Nobody really in a red and white shirt committing forward to that one. Shaw now brings the ball forward, deep in the Newcastle half. Newcastle, again, all pointing fingers.
Come on.
Hall goes from outside to in. Barnes stays on the outside and it's found by Shaw. Shaw now. Hull. Willock. Hall plays the ball out to Murphy. Murphy with a good touch, get it under control, gets it out of his feet. Again, feints to cross it, gives it back to Bruno. Bruno over the top trying to find Murphy. But again, the ball's cleared. And every time it's cleared, it goes to a red and white shirt. And then Shaw commits foul and it's back to Sunderland.
Lucky to get away with
Leffy there.
Takes one for the team.
Good drink, that one in Bruges, by the way, Leffy. for those of us who like a stout.
Yeah, the Belgium 10%ers.
Yeah, that's the one. Leffy. Sunderland making a change now. Who's coming on? Talby going off. Again, played well for them, Talby. Made some clever runs into them wide areas, into the inside positions. Again, these are all players that were unheard of. You know, this is what you've got to think. Even though they've spent some money, players that we've never heard of, they're doing a really good job in the Premier League. Mundle has come on. Another player I don't know anything about.
Mundle and Newcastle were interested in him about 2 years ago.
Yeah, another forward-thinking player, another midfielder, attacking midfielder. Ball forward to the edge of the box. Again, Alderete was up there to try and compete with that one. Zaka sitting on the halfway line, gives the ball back. Again, easily picked up from Sunderland, and again, trying to get down that line. But Barnes sees that one. Hall sees that one, and again, trying to commit to the cause. But again, Machiavelli's just all over him. And the ball's deflecting off Hall for a Sunderland throw-in. Hall saying it's a foul because, Machiavelli was all over his back there, but officials not giving anything there to Newcastle. Saying it was a fair challenge. Machiavelli throws the ball into the edge of the box. Cleared by Miley. Up by Wisser, but again, he can't get hold of that one. The ball drops. There's a high foot by a couple of players. Referee again allows the play to continue. Ball comes in from Whom. Again, now Machiavelli into the box. He goes down to his right foot. Tries to whip one in. And that's going to be a goal kick. That's got to be a goal kick.
Long.
Even though Machiavelli's trying, he's desperate to get a corner from that. It was a corner. Well done, Shaw. The faintest of toe pokes there. Yeah. Shaw now with the ball coming out of defence. Goes again square to Chow. Chow up to the halfway line. Uncontested here by a red and white shirt. Still got loads to run into. Out to Barnes. Yeah, Chow's now in front of Barnes. Plays it into its side to Hall. Harvey Barnes now has got an opportunity to pass square. Gives it to Murphy. Murphy again to Miley. Miley gets out of his feet. Has a shot. Deflected. Straight back to a red and white shirt. And here we go. Isidore with a run forward. Sees a chance here. Oh, but again, it's a poor decision from Isidore.
Get out.
Mandala there with
Come on, that's it. Come on.
Siddiqui with that overlapping run there. Trying to give him numbers to aim for, but he was again poor pass from the Mackhams. Again, Shaw looks at the ball over the top. looking for Willock. Willock now gets a lucky deflection, gets onto that ball, into Bruno. Bruno, again, being contested by everybody. The world and his brother now is fighting for this ball. Mundell there with a chance. Machiavelli, who seems to be an impossible person to get past today. Miley. Out to Tino, back inside to Bruno. Bruno looks up, gives it to Murphy. Murphy out to Tino. Tino looking to go down the line, but gives it back inside to Bruno, who again gets 3 red shirts around him. Can't beat any of them. And the ball is given straight back to Newcastle from forward. The Mackhams. In with Chow now. Chow sees Tino free, gives it to Tino. All of the Mackhams deep in their own half. Out to Murphy. Murphy out of his feet. Chance to cross. Decides not to. Comes onto his left foot. Crosses with his left. To the back stick. It's headed clear by Ballard. And it's out for another Newcastle corner. 56 minutes gone. Sunderland 1. Newcastle 0. Willock close to the ball. There's 2 balls on the field of play here. Very clever from Sunderland to keep the ball out of the box and get their composure before this delivery comes in. Referee having a word with Leffy there, saying you shouldn't bring another ball into play. Should have been a card for me, that one, to be fair. Miley with the ball into the box. To the edge of the 6-yard box. It's headed cleared again by Ballard. It's gone out to Murphy. Murphy just allows the ball to go out of play for a throw into Newcastle. Murphy throws it back. Comes all the way to Tino. Tino back to Murphy. Murphy now comes inside. Plays the ball into Bruno. Bruno lets it run. And it's straight to Ballard, who clears. But again, it's cleared to the halfway line. And Shaw saying to Ramsdale,
no red shirts. No red shirts at all. No.
All camped in their own half now. Sunderland happy with this 1-0.
They're doing it too.
Yeah, exactly. Willock now.
Will it be as costly?
Barnes now to the byline, gets the ball into the box. It's over the buff to everybody though. And again, it's a push in the back from Murphy. And it gives Sunderland the opportunity just to get the ball forward. And again, it's just so easy for them to keep getting these free kicks. They just keep going down in their own half. And the referee's taking it. Again, Mr. Fromage Fry decides he wants them to get closer. Doesn't want any gaps appearing. Lebris. Not much discussion going on in the black and white half of the crowd there. They all look a bit subdued, mate. You can see the Grinch in red and white. Still got his hands in the air, singing his head off.
Stole our damn Christmas, that damn Grinch.
Yeah, absolutely. Headed clear by Chow. Again, only to a red and white shirt, though. Again, it's easy for them to get the throw in. Well, it tries to be cheeky, but it's our time, guys. Come on. 88th minute. Not a lot of time to go now. Machiavelli for them to throw this ball in. Machiavelli now plays the ball towards the corner of the box. It's headed clear by Hall. And again, it's out to the right-hand side to the throw into Newcastle. It looks like us playing these in the league just doesn't go well, does it? In the cups, it's different. Back then, I think it's up to the halfway line.
As far as I can remember, we're only playing once in the cup, so.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Chow.
Oh, man, it's criminal, man.
Sure. Chow. Bruno now. Again, it's slow build-up from Newcastle. Hall on that left-hand side. Everybody's gone narrow, just allowing a little bit of an arc from all the rest of the players. Shaw out to Murphy. Murphy comes inside again. Contested all the way by Monday. Ball again trying to play into the space, and it's never going to get there from Shaw to Bruno. Bruno manages to get it back though. Plays it into Tino. Tino goes square to Hall. Hall picks up the ball. Plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes on this left-hand side. Willock goes on the outside of him. He gives it into Willock. Oh, Willock. What are you doing?
It's unbelievable, man.
Trying to cross with his left foot, and he kicks it out for a goal kick. Jesus. That is shocking. Unreal, mate. No end product whatsoever, as always. And, you know, you can't expect your forwards to get anything from this rubbish. Ralphs now goes long with his goal kicks, taking 4 minutes of injury time now, guys. Wisser goes up for the ball, but again, it's just cleared long. Cherry headers up in the air. Ball. Yeah. Again, Sunderland committing for everything. There's a bit of a push in the back. The referee goes, carry on. Ball out to this right-hand side. Again, Sunderland not taking. There's a Meg's on bloody Hall. Nutmeg. Comes back to whom? And again, they're trying to get something at the back stick. Murphy now plays the ball. Trying to get up top to Wisser. But he plays it straight to Xhaka. Again, trying to play the ball inside to Lee. And it goes out for a throw-in. Chow gives it back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale gets it out of his feet. But again, we need to get it up the other end of the field, boys. Chow gives it back to Ramsdale. Go! Give it! Chow again picks the ball up deep in the Newcastle half, running to the halfway line. Again, uncontested here by any red and white shirts. Plays the ball square to Shaw. Shaw brings the ball on that diagonal. Ball is up, and Machiavelli again gets his head to it. It's cleared up towards Isidore. And again, Isidore just heads the ball to the halfway line. And again, Chow picks the ball up. Looks heavy legs, Chow now, deep into injury time. Bruno goes square out to Tino. Tino all camped, all the Newcastle players now into the Mackham half. Murphy on that right hand side trying to get a yard of space. It's out for another corner there off Munda. The deflection. Can Barnes be more flat? Says Anthony. No fire at all. Well, we've had again. It's a really poor. For me, it's been flat the whole game.
Sunderland backsides are going now.
Oh yes. Lewis all over there now to take this in-swinger. Can it be a good one? Ball in towards that near post. It's competed for. It's blasted clear by Sunderland now. Headed back in by Tino towards the edge of the box. Again, everybody's just waiting for the ball to come down. You know you're not going to get any commitment. And it's straight into the arms of Ralph, who goes down under the challenge of Willock. And all that's going to do is give time back to them. Ballard, as always, getting himself involved. Doesn't need to. Shaw's getting involved now. Look, doesn't need to. Just walk away. That was always going to be Ralph's. It was just one of them balls in the air that he was coming to collect. And this is just, here we go. There's scuffles all over the park now. Isidore now with Chow and Hall.
Oh, pal, what a waste of energy. Too late now, showing the fight. Too late now. Yeah.
Isidore's having a go. Machiavelli's having a go. He's talking to somebody, Machiavelli. Giving it the fingers. They're all asking for the tunnel. Willock, Alderete, he's questioning the referee here. Isidore's been spoken to by his teammates. He's not happy. I don't know how many people are in the book here, but Bruno seems to be questioning everything the referee's doing. Willock definitely in the book, which is expected from that challenge. Referee's he's coming again to speak to somebody, and I think it's Isidore. Not 100% sure.
Isidore, I think.
There's two. Yeah, there's two yellow cards there. I think that's to Hall as well. Or Shaw, or back to Malik Chow. There you go. Malik Chow in the book and Isidore in the book. Like you say, Win, a little bit too late for me.
Too little, too late for the passion.
So 2 names into the book, but again, we are now, with whatever the referee decides to add on, it's going to be at least another 2 minutes.
4 yellow cards, including Bruno, I think.
Like I say, I don't know what he's given there. Joe Willock's got a yellow card. I think even Even the computer's struggling here with what's going on. Malik Chow's a yellow card.
Just had me son.
Bruno's got a yellow card.
Son texting me saying, on your show, explain how on earth, for want of a better expression, Elanga stayed on the pitch for more than 20 minutes, and why held everyone back. I said, phone in and tell us yourself. No, too drunk. And basically, we had no bottle compared to them. We are absolute fannies, and I would sack Eddie after today. That's my
Chris!
son.
Not because of his takes. My brother from another mother, man. He gave me his ticket though, so that's why I'm like, I gotta kiss ass right now.
Ball headed forward to Willock there. Murphy now on the half-eye line. Tino on the outside of him. Tino looks to run forward, but has to come back. Plays the ball inside to Bruno. Bruno now has got Shaw.
Oh, go on, Shaw, make a name for yourself, son.
Ball back into Bruno, back into Tino. I mean, we're going backwards, lads.
Yeah, we go.
Ball into the box.
Hail Mary!
Ballard with a head forward. Hall now back into the box. Wissa. Oh, he gets nudged onto the back there, and it's a goal kick. Again, that just epitomises exactly where we are at the moment. No bottle whatsoever. No fights. There's no grit. And totally bloody clueless. And even when they're winning, the stadium empties. Bloody hell. This is criminal.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, I am.
Here we go. The ball's being dropped. They're crying in there.
Oh,
they're all crying.
They're
crying. Unbelievable, mate.
It's a fucking
ball goes long again from Ralphs. It's headed by Chow up to the half-eye line. Shaw. Bruno gets it to the half-eye line. Ball again over the top. Louis Saul committed to the cause again, but whom wins that one? And again, it's celebrated as if there's a goal gone in. Totally different character from the Newcastle and Mackham today.
Just get it in the middle, man.
Ball goes forward. And that's it. Finishes at the Stadium of Plight. Sunderland 1, Newcastle 0. And I must admit, that's probably the worst. The worst. Just an effort, regardless of it, derby.
Yeah.
The worst I've ever seen, if I'm honest with you. Yeah. Where is the guts? Where is the mentality? This is so poor from a team that's supposed to go in there and really take the game to these guys. It's a completely brand new team for them, but you know what? They look a team compared to us. Half of them don't even know what this is for, right? Half of them wouldn't even know what that meant to this region. It's a brand new team, and yet look at them. I tell you something now, that is shocking from the black and white shirts. Well, blue shirts today. Yeah, absolutely shocking.
That was...
Where is your commitment? And if anybody thinks that this is a negative channel, after you watch that, then go follow whoever you want to, mate, because that is not what I want to see as a Newcastle fan.
Folks, match reaction. Look at them. They're crying. Match reaction coming up now. You'll be redirected, and the phone line will be open for friends to call in and have their say. Thank you to all the super chatters. We will continue this on the match reaction right now. See you in a minute.